This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland
Please take your seats. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend standing orders. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion. Point of order, Mr. Allister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday this House spent some hours debating the COVID situation, and there was cross-party exhortation to the public to obey each and every public health regulation. But also yesterday we had another Republican funeral in which those regulations were flagrantly breached. And yet we have a party of government in this House who today are refusing to say if any of their public representatives were present, and indeed refusing to condemn that situation. How can this House hope to command public support and confidence in our regulations if a party of government continues in that equivocal attitude in respect of a matter such as this?
Well, you will understand, Mr. Allister, that's not actually a point of order, and your point is made. It's on the record. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the motion to amend standing orders of the Assembly as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Thank you, and I call Ms Carol Killen to move the motion.
I beg to move, Councillor.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I am pleased to bring this motion to the House today, which proposes amending Standing Order 110 relating to the temporary provisions of Standing Orders 110 to 116. Standing Orders 110 to 116 were agreed by the Assembly on the 27th of March 2020. The temporary provisions allow both the Assembly business and committee operations to continue, whilst adhering to the public health advice and keeping members and staff here as safe as possible. They include provisions for a reduction of members required in the chamber in light of the current circumstances and the need to socially distance. They also make provision for voting by proxy. In particular, they make provision for the number of proxy votes carried by a member to be taken into account in the collection of voices which precedes a division. Furthermore, and important for the committee operations, the temporary provisions provide for enhanced remote working practices. They also provide for committee members to delegate their vote to another member of the committee, including the chairperson or deputy chairperson. Most importantly, they provide for a statutory committee to make decisions without meeting. Similar provisions are in place for standing committees, with particular provision made for the Audit Committee and to maintain, so far as is possible, the existing structures of the Business Committee. When these temporary provisions were initially agreed, a time frame of the 30th of September 2020 was set, and the provisions would cease to have effect following that date. However, at its meeting on the 17th of September 2020, and given the prevalence of COVID-19 in our communities and indeed across the globe, the committee agreed a motion to further extend the temporary provisions to the 31st of January 2021. The motion to extend the temporary provisions was subsequently agreed by the Assembly on the 29th of September 2020. At that stage, I think we were all hoping that the worst of this pandemic might be behind us. Unfortunately, that couldn't be further from the current situation in respect of COVID-19. Therefore, at its meeting on the 16th of December 2020, the committee agreed to a motion to again further extend the temporary provisions. The committee was cognizant of the increase in an alarming rate in which the disease is spreading and how more and more people are getting ill and requiring hospital treatment. Rather than extending the provisions to the Easter recess, the committee agreed a motion to extend them right up to the summer recess of the 3rd of July 2021. I can only hope that the committee has been overly generous with this extension period, but given where we are today with this pandemic, it's very possible that social distancing and remote working will be required beyond the Easter recess period. I would like to briefly update the House on a couple of issues the committee are considering in relation to proxy voting and remote working. Firstly, as part of its ongoing review, the temporary provisions, the committee has received some concern in relation to the 9:30 deadline for when a member can nominate a proxy. The committee will receive legal advice on this at its next meeting, with the intention of bringing a motion to the House at a later date. Secondly, the committee is continuing to consider the instances in which proxy voting could be retained on a more permanent basis and how this might be reflected in standing orders, in particular arrangements in relating to members that may not be able to attend Parliament buildings because of parental leave or long-term sick absence. Finally, I am pleased to notify the House at its meeting on the 20th of January 2021, the committee agreed to proceed and introduce hybrid proceedings in the Chamber. A committee motion to amend standing orders was agreed, and I hope this will be brought to the plenary in the near future for a cross-community vote. Today's committee motion and the ongoing work in relation to proxy voting and hybrid proceedings are a reminder that we as an Assembly need to do our bit to keep ourselves, our colleagues and our families as safe as we possibly can. I welcome the recent update to all members from the Ceann Comhairle, the Speaker, on managing Assembly business during COVID-19 and how, quote, supporting the public health message and considering the welfare of all members and staff should be our priorities at this time. Therefore, Ceann Comhairle, on behalf of the Committee on Procedures, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. And there are no members indicating to speak, so I call Tom Buchanan to conclude and wind on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I just say that I welcome the opportunity to conclude today's debate on the motion to amend standing orders. And as outlined, this did come to the House today as the current temporary provisions ceased to have effect from the 31st of January. The provisions were originally agreed by this Assembly on the 27th of March to keep Assembly business operating and running and to keep it all safe during the time of the pandemic. And I acknowledge that on the 29th of September last year, we were here again to ask the Assembly to extend the temporary provisions for a period of 4 months. And of course, at that time, I'm sure most of us thought that by the end of January this year that we would be well on the pathway out of the COVID pandemic. And sadly, that is not the case. Since Christmas, we have seen a considerable rise in the number of positive cases of COVID. Our hospitals are inundated and the medical staff are exhausted. We certainly are in unprecedented times at this particular time. Throughout this challenging period, the committee has continued to carry out its role and keep standing orders under review. Therefore, the committee has brought this motion to the House so that the Assembly and committee business can continue to carry out its functions while adhering to the current regulations and guidelines. The motion today amends Standing Order 110 to allow the provisions in Orders 110 to 116 to be temporarily extended to the 3rd of July 2021. As the Chairperson has already said, I hope the committee is being over-generous with this extension. However, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the committee will keep this under constant review and will consider further extensions if that is required. Therefore, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the additional issues the committee are currently considering in relation to proxy voting and remote working, and hopefully these will be brought to the House in the near future. The proposals will give additional provision in order to help people to stay safe and protect one another in the days that lie ahead. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, there is an onus on everyone in this House and every elected representative to ensure that while we bring forward these regulations and we discuss regulations and so forth, that each one of us give leadership and adhere to those regulations. And if something happens that is in breach of these regulations, then that we condemn it, as we should, as all elected representatives should do, and that we are given that leadership directly from this House, because that's the only way that we can build confidence within our community, and that we can see that our community will adhere to the regulations whenever they're following the people that are setting the example, or should be setting the example for them. And therefore, I would again like to thank the House for or the committee for the work that they did on this, and I commend the motion to the House this morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And before we do proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take a raise for a moment or two, please.
Order, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Education. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly takes note of the numerous stakeholder reports relating to the adverse impact of the pandemic on access to special educational needs support for vulnerable children, calls on the Minister of Education to bring forward appropriate measures in order to ensure a minimum level of consistent access to special educational needs support for all vulnerable children, and further calls on the Minister to work with the Executive to provide the associated resources required to cover these services for all future pandemic-related disruptions to education.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Education, Chris Little, to formally move the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege for me to bring forward this motion on behalf.
Order. Asking you if you would formally move the motion,
so
please. Thank you. The Business Committee have agreed to allow 2 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I said, it's a privilege for me to bring forward this motion on behalf of the Education Committee, on behalf of children and young people and families living with special educational needs across Northern Ireland. I begin by moving the motion in my capacity as Committee for Education Chairperson. When lockdown began in March, I think we appreciated that schools would be challenged by the need to provide educational and related support to children of key workers and to vulnerable children. And that this latter group, vulnerable children, includes, among others, those with special educational needs statements, those attending EODAS, education other than at school, or nurture settings, and those also potentially subject to domestic violence. But, Deputy Speaker, we observed that the impact of COVID on SEN provision particularly in our special schools, was particularly disrupted, and this motion today calls on the Education Minister to work with the Executive to ensure that adequate contingency support is always in place for any further lockdown and disruption situations. Deputy Speaker, what actually happened during lockdown was around 1,500 key worker children attended around 500 schools, with perhaps around 100 vulnerable children joining them. A larger group of vulnerable children, several thousand, also received support through other departmental or education authority provisions, including the Education Welfare Service, primary and post-primary behavioural support teams, the counselling service and the START programme. Working with Health, the Department of Education sought to establish multidisciplinary teams in order to review challenging vulnerable children cases. Additionally, this team also reviewed risk assessments associated with the reopening of special schools, and the department indicated that children were not always able to access special schools during lockdown, where social distancing, sensory challenges and behaviour presented a challenge in terms of health guidance and current staffing levels. This resulted in limited access to special schools for some of our most vulnerable children in society. Deputy Speaker, from the outset of the lockdown, members of the Education Committee were profoundly concerned about access to the support services for vulnerable children, particularly children with special educational needs. The committee received concerning evidence from a considerable number of well-informed stakeholder organisations and indeed parents of children with special educational needs themselves. Members are aware of the numerous reports and feedback from the stakeholder event that the Education Committee held in December. Access to those are available on our web page. Stakeholders from a wide range of organisations, parents, told us in no uncertain terms about considerable disruption to special educational needs support provided by schools for vulnerable children during lockdown. Schools often told us that they felt abandoned by the Department and the Education Authority during this period, and were left with great challenges to support the vulnerable children that they so dedicatedly support in normal circumstances. Parents indicated that the disruption not only disadvantaged the children, but also greatly and adversely impacted the lives of the parents and families themselves. This was particular in the case of children and young people with autism, and stakeholders indicated that this continued disruption caused real problems despite the restart process and during the Halloween extended break. Deputy Speaker, in response, the committee previously called for Education and Health to establish multidisciplinary, cross-departmental, coherent and permanent processes for ensuring that vulnerable children gain consistent access to the SEND support they need and deserve during and after the pandemic. The committee felt strongly that this should be a transparent single point of entry process with a named officer responsible for each child. The committee agreed to call on the Department of Education to urgently bring forward a temporary continuity direction in order to ensure a minimum level of consistent access to SEND support for all vulnerable children, and to provide the associated resources required to cover these services for all future pandemic-related disruptions to education. It is noted that a direction was brought forward earlier in January, but there are outstanding issues remaining, and I'm sure colleagues will bring those forward today. The committee also suggested that the Education Authority do more to ensure that schools are provided with the resources they need to allow them to provide flexible SEND support, including outside of usual school opening hours. It is noted that cross-departmental working and executive support will be needed in order to make all of this happen, and that is the reason we're bringing forward this motion today. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister for Education for agreeing to come to answer to the debate today. It's my understanding that he has been delayed by urgent executive business, so we acknowledge that, and it is hoped that he will be able to respond to the motion in due course. Deputy Speaker, speaking in my capacity as an Alliance MLA, it is profoundly clear that children with special educational needs and their families felt abandoned during the first lockdown, that they struggled to have their voices heard, that it took too long for those voices to be heard. I'm grateful for their evidence that they gave to our Education Committee to make sure that those concerns were heard loud and clearly at this Assembly and by the Department of Education. The Minister for Education has prioritised the reopening of special schools during this lockdown, but there are concerns in relation to that for the safety of pupils and staff at those schools. And we need much more clarity from the Education Minister with regards to the contingency support services that are in place for children that are unable to attend school at this time, and for the protection and safety measures that are being put in place to support pupils and staff in our special schools that remain open at this time, in particular progress with regards to prioritisation of vaccination. So we look forward to hearing from the Education Minister today on these key issues, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues speaking on this important matter, which has been a priority for the Education Committee throughout our tenure. Thank you.
I call William Humphrey.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the motion which the Education Committee has brought forward. These are issues which the Education Committee has spent a huge amount of time discussing over the last number of months, and it's an issue across special education needs which there is an agreed voice within the committee and absolute collaboration around the concern that members have. Can I start at the outset on behalf of my party by giving the due credit that is deserved by principals, teachers, classroom assistants and support staff within all of our schools, and governors. As I continually say, they all have to make very difficult decisions on a daily basis for the good and welfare of not just the staff in schools, but in particular our young people. This is hugely important as this pandemic reaches new heights with the various new strains. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are some 80,000 children in Northern Ireland in some form who have been deemed to have special needs, and more than 18,000 of them have been statemented. This situation is worsening, and I declare an interest at this stage as a governor in two schools, Edenbrook Primary School and the Belfast Model School for Girls. All of us, in terms of our constituency office, have to deal with these issues that are so hugely important and emotionally difficult for our children affected, but also for the parents and the other children in the classroom and the teachers. Hugely, hugely difficult. And there is, of course, an inquiry ongoing which is being led by the Public Accounts Committee, which I'm privileged to chair, and in which you sit, Deputy Speaker, around these hugely important issues. During the initial lockdown, special needs schools were closed and many respite and support services were suspended. This had an adverse effect on young people and on their families. These services are absolutely vital to these very special young people and their families. Pupils attending special schools are amongst the most vulnerable of our children, and removing school and the regularity of the classroom from their daily lives is devastating for them and their parents. The decision to allow special schools to remain open reflected this, and I commend the Minister for the decision he made. Before Christmas, I met with a primary school principal in my constituency. And during that meeting, she advised me that almost 50% of the children in her school were in the position of being deemed special needs. This wasn't a special needs school, this was a primary school in my constituency. We need to remember that those young people in those schools and the staff who work with them and their families are also hugely affected by this. We've all received a mixed mailbag around these issues from parents and from teachers who work in special schools. And I and my party have full and absolute sympathy for the special needs teachers and staff working in special needs schools. The COVID regulations cannot be adhered to in classrooms. 2 metres cannot be practically enforced in schools, in special schools in particular. We all appreciate that. Colleagues and I have met with the special needs teachers group, and Mr Newton and I had a meeting with the principal and some governors from Fleming Fountain School only a number of months ago to discuss these issues. Some parents and sectoral voices have said that multidisciplinary support panel arrangements established during lockdown appear to have been effective, and this experience has been utilised in schools once the pandemic ends. I think that's probably something which we should bear in mind when we get to the end of this dreadful time. The requirements of SEN in schools meant it was difficult for teachers and staff to socially distance from pupils or wear PPE. In many cases, this involves personal care and beyond regular teaching responsibilities. Again, this is something which the committee has huge sympathy for. Some special needs schools have decided to move to balanced classroom remote learning due to the rise in community transition. However, blended learning highlights the differences in social and economic background, and some pupils may have been cut off due to the lack of access of technology. Indeed, last week in my constituency I was contacted by a school principal requiring to have some more tablets for children.
Can I ask the member Rose remarks to close?
Mr Speaker, these are hugely sensitive and important issues. We need to work together, we need to support the Minister, there needs to be better improved communication and information from the Department and from the EA. I support the motion.
I call Nicola Brogan.
This pandemic has created huge challenges for so many people, but today we're focusing on the particular difficulties it has visited upon children with special educational needs. I'm sure the inboxes of many MLAs here contain heartbreaking accounts of the devastating impact the loss of SEN support has had on many children and their families. Any disruption to routine is difficult for all children, but nothing compares to the impact of disruption on children with special educational needs, such as children with autism. In the first response to COVID-19 and the struggle to save lives, mainstream and special schools were closed. Afterwards, we learned of the impact of that decision on some children and their families. Giving evidence to the Education Committee, the Autistic Society and the Evangelical Alliance described an increasing cry for help, which was often met with a resounding silence. Children were left waiting for statements, annual reviews and tribunal hearings, and families were reporting difficulties in contacting the Education Authority to find out what was going on. Children not only lost their routine, but many also lost access to vital therapeutic services, such as language development, services that were usually provided by health trusts, but delivered on site at school. Families were left without help, often without explanation and without respite. Many children became confused and angry, regressing into silence and lashing out with violence. A few families were faced with the impossible choices, like involving the police to safeguard their child from self-harming or harming others. In the wake of all of this, when the spread of the virus led to increased restrictions and school settings moved to remote learning, the Minister of Education decided special schools should this time remain open, but this was a decision without a proper plan. Without support, without extra PPE and additional staff, the Minister's decision has unnecessarily pitched parents and children against teachers and carers who are rightly concerned about their own safety as well as the safety of the children they support. Staff who are providing personal care to children with special needs should be considered for early vaccination in line with those providing social care in other settings. It's right that we formally recognise the adverse impact of the pandemic on children in need of SEN support, but it's not enough. Minister Weir should bring forward appropriate measures to ensure a minimum level of consistent access to SEN support for our most vulnerable children and provide the resources necessary to maintain support regardless of future pandemic-related disruptions to education. I'm urging you to support this motion.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the SDLP Education spokesperson, I welcome this debate today and I rise in support of the important motion before us. Firstly, however, I want to pay tribute to the incredible staff who are working tirelessly in the most challenging of environments in special schools across the north of this island. They are supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and their dedication and complete sacrifice must be commended today in this chamber. I speak also as an uncle of a child with severe complex need. My sister's son, aged 5, non-verbal, and attends a special educational needs school, Knockavo. That school has been critical to his development at such a very young age, and the work that the staff do in that school to support him and my family, my sister in particular, has been very, very much appreciated and to huge benefit to the child. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is incredible that in almost 11 months into this pandemic that our special schools, their principals, teachers and even parents are still crying out for guidance, for support and for the appropriate measures to be put in place in order that they can best protect their pupils. We need a complete sea change in approach from this Minister, who cannot afford to be a Johnny-come-lately on this issue and what is one of the most serious issues in his brief. It is entirely unacceptable that there has been a severe lack of appropriate expert-led guidance and support provided to principals and staff at special schools. Teachers, classroom assistants and other staff are attending work with inadequate guidance on how to protect themselves and their pupils from this virus. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it is not the case that the Minister is unaware of these concerns. They are very well made. Principals and teachers in special needs schools have highlighted their concerns privately with the Minister and, as a last resort, publicly in various media outlets as a cry for immediate intervention. Indeed, the Committee for Education, as the Chair has said, has spent months outlining concerns, and indeed the SDLP have urged the Minister continually to immediately convene a new working group comprised of special school principals and public health experts who would be tasked with providing additional and improved safety measures for special needs schools. Rather than taking on this very valid and important proposal, the Minister claimed that meetings with his department's officials in special schools are taking place and the public health officials can be invited if they want to attend. Mr Deputy Speaker, given the importance of this issue, the fact that these schools have been expected to simply remain open without proper support, the Minister's position is absolutely reprehensible and unforgivable. The Minister must realise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that special schools cannot operate or function in the same way that mainstream schools can. They require staff to go above and beyond in order that both pupils' educational and sensory needs are met. Their staff cannot wear PPE, they cannot social distance, and they are being put in a very precarious position, yet are expected to deal with it all without the support that they have demanded. All teachers and school staff, especially those in special schools, need to be prioritised during the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines. And whilst there are many things the Minister and I have disagreed on in this chamber, we do share the concern in relation to that and the need to prioritise school staff, but in particular special school staff. Our special school staff first followed by a robust vaccination programme rolled out across the board to all education staff. The Minister should be using this time during the current level of restrictions to properly plan rather than waiting until all schools return, which will cause unnecessary disruptions to schools. In this regard, I would be grateful if the Minister would divulge the latest updates on his request for the vaccination rollout across the educational sector. And there have been, Mr Deputy Speaker, outbreaks of COVID-19 in special schools across the North. Indeed, data from the Public Health Agency clearly shows that 70% of these infections are related to staff. This statistic only compounds the realisation that guidance and support so far have been completely and utterly inadequate. And I stress again, it is vital that we have expert-led and context-appropriate processes in place to protect both staff and pupils in special schools. If proper safety measures are not put in place, many special schools will encounter significant staffing shortages, which is happening, that will fully compromise them in their ability to look after the educational needs of some of the most vulnerable in our society. Indeed, this is already starting to happen, and a number of special schools have had to reduce their provision without appropriate intervention. This is a regrettable trend that can only grow. The Minister must act today to resolve this issue. This is a matter of urgency, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister is aware of it. He needs to step in now to ensure that adequate resources and protections are put in place to protect our staff and also our pupils in these schools. Thank you.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for joining us today on what is a really, really important debate. I want to thank the members of the Education Committee for agreeing to this motion today, because it's one of the things probably on the Education Committee where we have been collegiate. As members, there is a real desire and heart to see those children who have a special education need or a statement not just treated fairly but supported and resourced in whatever way that would be. And COVID has obviously thrown quite a substantial obstacle in the way of giving that provision. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic and measures to address it, and in particular on children who have a special education need and their families, has indeed been huge. I'm sure many of the members here, like myself, will be deluged with emails from parents, from teachers, from bus drivers who are involved in supporting these children, and they're asking us to step up and ensure that their protection is there and these children are protected. The temporary modification that the Minister brought in to the provisions listed in Part 2 of the Education Order 1996 and the Education Special Education Needs Regulations 2005 removes the Education Authority and legal duty to ensure that children with the most complex needs receive the provisions set out in the statement. And this has been said to have had the greatest impact on children with the highest level of need, who need that additional support perhaps the most. And this goes against everything that we know and feel to be right to how we would support these children. But COVID has not been fair to any of us, and it hasn't been fair to those children either. And that move, I know the Minister will indicate, is a temporary move. But the reality for all of us is to know that the effects on these children will be longer lasting than that temporary effect. A recent report by the National Autistic Society shows that 68% of family members said that their autistic child was anxious at the loss of their routine. 65% couldn't do online work. It has fallen to parents to homeschool or support their children's education, often whilst juggling work and their commitments. It also goes on to say that 2 in 5 parents or carers did not feel that they could adequately support their child in their educational needs, and 7 in 10 parents said their child had difficulty understanding or completing schoolwork, and around half said that their child's progress was suffering. I think there's no doubt that parents and we would collectively like to thank the teachers, support staff, drivers, all of those involved in keeping our special schools open for the sterling effort that they are making in the face of one of the greatest crisis that we have seen. But as I outlined at the start, the Education Committee, I believe, have been collegiate on these specific issues. And that's not easy in a 5-party executive which always finds room to disagree on just about anything. We have heard from stakeholders ranging from principals, teachers, parents and pupil advocates with an almost unilateral voice that to close special schools would be more detrimental to their physical and emotional, mental and societal health. And it's absolutely imperative that every single mitigation and safety measure that can be implemented is implemented with haste. Yes, absolutely.
Member for giving way. Will the member agree with me that it is totally incredulous that special schools have yet to receive a single penny from the Engage programme when all other schools have received it? Surely this is a shocking situation that should be addressed by the Minister.
Members, an extra minute.
Yes, I do agree with that. Now, I believe and I hope the Minister will update us on that. I think there might have been a suggestion last week there was £7 million worth of funding, but I do agree that that money could and should have been made available. There is an absolute need today, in real time, to monitor, to liaise daily with stakeholders, and then to review and improve everything that we do around COVID, especially where we seek to keep schools open like special schools. That conversation needs to engage the voice of the teachers, the drivers, of the buses, the classroom assistants, and the healthcare staff that are involved in supporting these pupils. And I would like to offer the Minister a solution today and suggest that we have a standalone, visible and accessible special schools champion, someone who would operate from now through the remainder of this pandemic and post-COVID, because the reality is the recovery phase for these pupils will be harder than for the pupils in mainstream school. Their difficulties are already compounded, and we do know, and we often talk about mental health, and I am going to talk about it again, because the mental health issues for children with a special educational need or a learning disability is often hidden, compounded and not talked about because it's not sought. And the reality is, through these lockdowns and restrictions, and when they come out of their routine, it can be magnified greatly. So I would just like to end by saying I support the motion and make the offer to the Minister of a suggestion that might bring some resolution and comfort to those that need it. Thank you.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I, like my colleague William Humphrey, I want to pay tribute to all of those who are involved in the education of our children at all levels. And I know in my own constituency, the principals, the teachers, support staff are making fantastic efforts in these very, very difficult days. The Assembly Executive has agreed and recognised the importance of education and indeed has made it a priority. I have to say there is much that Mr Little and I disagree on, and particularly around his opposition to the transfer test and to grammar schools. But on this, I do agree with him. It is a privilege to speak up for the children who have special needs. COVID challenges are thrown at us nearly on a daily basis, and the requirements in the SEND schools meant that it is difficult for teachers and the staff to socially distance from the pupils and to wear PPE. In many cases, this involves personal care of the pupil by the teacher above what would be regarded as a special or as a regular teaching responsibility. Therefore, concerns have been raised about the need to protect the pupils and to protect the teachers by giving special school staff priority access to the vaccine after the first phase. And some would argue also the need for enhanced staff testing. I'll give way to the member.
The member agree with me that it is important that the Education Minister, is the support of the Health Minister. That's why there was unanimous agreement at the Education Committee last week that the letter go to the Education Minister asking him to contact the Health Minister, asking him to contact the Health Secretary on the mainland about all of the Health Ministers calling for the early vaccination of teachers, particularly those in special schools.
And the member's an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I agree with the member, and I think that it was myself and himself who actually led the debate within the committee on that matter. The DUP has highlighted the need for additional resources more generally to ensure the education budget is fit for purpose for SEND pupils. And Minister Weir has previously told the Education Committee that there has been a rapid rise in budgetary pressures to provide support for pupils with special needs in recent years. More generally, he indicated prior to the pandemic that in the region of 400 million extra was needed for education. And I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, the 1.8% rise proposed by the Finance Minister's draft budget does not come anywhere near delivering what is required. And for that reason, and within the context of this motion, I and my DUP colleagues recognised at the committee the need to include a few extra words. Thankfully, they were eventually taken on board. And those words were, that phrase calls on the Minister to work with the Executive to provide associated resources, budgets, to address all the current needs of our pupils. So it's over to the Executive, Ministers, to react positively to this motion. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we are to successfully see the implementation of this, then Minister Murphy has to take it on board. Minister Mallon has to take it on board. Minister Long has to take it on board. And I've already given way on one occasion. And Minister Long needs to take it on board. Each of these ministers are key to the successful outcome of the motion. And since the Assembly was restored, the Education Committee has been supportive, as Mr Humphrey said, of special educational needs schools. Members have met with the Principals Leadership Group, sought to understand the problems and provide support. Success for the pupil and the school has been central to the thinking of myself and my party colleagues. We acknowledge the need for a partnership ethos between schools, parents, education authority, actions designed to meet the need of the child. And DUP members want a school environment that is safe, regular professional communications between and including all those involved with the staff, with the pupil, will make that safe. And those include the school staff, therapists, Education Authority, Department of Education and the health bodies. I think, Mr. Speaker, there's a message to go out from this is that the Minister has been committed to improving the current system of special educational provision to help pupils with SEN to meet their full potential. DUP is determined to enhance the system of special educational provision in order to ensure that it is accessible, effective and accountable, whilst meeting the needs of children and parents in a more straightforward and responsive way. We have made some progress. Work is ongoing to progress the new SEN regulations and codes of practice, which will deliver on many recommendations set out by independent bodies and specifically target better timeframes for assessments. And we want to see this expedited in the coming weeks and months. Funding has also been granted to schools to deliver new SEN frameworks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this pandemic has been disproportionate and adverse impact on children with special needs and disabilities.
I call Orlia Flynn.
And I'd like to just start off by joining with other members in commending all of the work that's been done by so many organisations that have been obviously supporting the children and the families throughout the difficult past couple of months. That's including one of the groups in my own constituency, Kids Together, the Children's Law Centre, the Evangelical Alliance and also the National Autistic Society that's been mentioned already previously. Routine, stability and support, as we all know, are so important to the lives of children with complex needs, and the absence of these things, which might seem simple to us, can cause major emotional and behavioural difficulties with real consequences for the family and the home environment. And unfortunately, as we know, this has been the experience of so many families throughout this pandemic. It is deeply upsetting that, in addition to the school closures, that a range of vital wraparound services from a health and social care perspective were also withdrawn, leaving children with special educational needs and their families feeling isolated and abandoned. We need to know that this lack of support will not arise again and that these families will not be left on their own. We also need to understand what planning and consultation has taken place, and can the Department of Education and indeed Health provide reassurances that these families will be supported no matter what comes down the line in the months ahead. Evidence is emerging that both the parents of children with special educational needs and the children themselves appear to be experiencing worry and changes in mood and behaviour because of the rapid social changes that have occurred over the past 10 months. So COVID-19 is clearly affecting the mental health of both parent and child. Some parents have reported feeling overwhelmed, and the implications on how to support these families in the immediate future must be discussed, which is why I welcome today's debate and motion. There is good reason to believe that this pandemic and our response to it may be affecting children with special educational needs and their families disproportionately, and unfortunately this is likely to have negative outcomes again for their mental health. We know that some mental health problems are already associated with special educational needs in normal circumstances, such as anxiety in the autism spectrum, and it seems likely that because of the scale and the speed of the social change that has taken place since the end of March, that this could exacerbate existing mental health problems and indeed trigger new ones for some of those children. Staying at home and, in many cases, as we've seen, not attending school or not attending the same levels of support that families and the kids have been receiving in the past has created a uniquely stressful situation for these children and their families. Their carefully developed routines have been disrupted, their support networks have disintegrated, and parents have also been asked to do a job that trained teachers are finding challenging, and the parents are doing that without any training. And these changes have happened really abruptly, and the consequences are going to be particularly profound in the special educational needs community. So it's therefore important to ask, how is COVID-19 affecting the mental health of these families, with a view to gaining insight into how we as a society, with the Department of Health, the Department of Education, but all of us, how we can support them over the coming months. Reports are showing that children with special educational needs and their families are likely to be at greater risk, unfortunately and sadly, of experiencing poor mental health and to be under substantially greater pressure than less vulnerable families during COVID-19. Although it is important to also note that some families will not need or not want that additional support, and we must find a way of identifying those who are struggling, who want that additional support, and then to find a way of providing that tailored support to them, should that be from an educational setting or perspective, or indeed a health and social care perspective over the coming weeks and months. So happy to support this motion and thank the members for bringing it to the floor of the Assembly. Garmy
Morris Brandley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for coming here to answer the questions raised during this motion, and also I'd like to thank the Chair for bringing this motion to the House, and I would like to assure him of our support for this motion. Mr Deputy Speaker, during the initial lockdown in March 2020, special schools closed and many respite and support services such as trauma response were suspended. Vulnerable children, some with complex needs disability, had no support, and there was no support for their parents during the first lockdown either. Lack of services and support led to many issues, and many parents experienced setbacks in special education, affecting not only their children's education but also their mental health. Lack of routine affected many vulnerable children in many different ways, including the loss of appetite, mood changes and lethargy. My colleague has alluded to the difficulties around social distancing and wearing PPE, so I'm not going to repeat that. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, yes.
I thank the member for kindly giving way. Will the member know if his ministerial colleague has put a bid in for further resourcing or funding for education? And if that is the case, then will he have any details on it? And also, given there's 400 million or almost lying with the Minister for Finance, would it not be good if some of that money was directed for supporting those in education?
I thank the member for his intervention, but I believe the Minister is here and can speak for himself. Mr Deputy Speaker, pupils who attend special schools are among our most vulnerable children. For parents too, it is a time of daily respite from what can be a challenging time at home. Therefore, I think it is important that special education needs are catered for during the current lockdown. Many children in special educational needs schools require routine, and to lose that routine can set children back and in some cases cause withdrawal. Not all special educational schools can remain open all day. Lessons are prepared after each school day for the following day. Sometimes lessons are complex, reflecting on the needs of children and also bearing in mind the safety and well-being of staff. Some special education schools can only remain open until 1 or 1:30 to ensure proper educational needs-based programmes are in place for the following day. There must be flexibility within the system. One set of rules does not fit all circumstances. School opening hours are set by the Boards of Governors in conjunction with senior staff, and not all schools will have the same hours or set of circumstances. Many members have alluded at the Education Committee and in this place the urgent need to offer protection to our teachers and workers in special education needs settings. Indeed, I raised the question of vaccination priority for teachers in this House just recently, and I would implore the Minister and this Executive to place greater priority in offering vaccination to staff in special education needs schools in particular, and all schools in general. To this end, I would ask the Minister, backed by the Education Committee, to apply pressure on the Health Minister to set aside an urgent timetable for vaccination of teachers and school employees. Bespoke guidance issued on the 21st has been informed by judgments based on the scientific and public health advice, including the latest public health guidance available, and provides guidance on how special schools in Northern Ireland can operate. This is what the Minister is compelled to form his judgments on during an ongoing COVID environment. The aim is to ensure broad consistency and equity across Northern Ireland, but is sufficiently flexible to allow special education schools and staff to adopt approaches that best suits their and their pupil needs. I would share the concerns of other committee members, parents, teachers, and would hope that this motion would help address some of those concerns. The motion also highlights how vital it is that access to special education needs support for vulnerable children is available, and that is sufficiently funded. That is something I feel we should be working towards. Therefore, I support the motion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my previous life as a footballer, I never attacked anybody because I felt it was a weakness and a flaw in your character to attack. It's better to attack in defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Justin McNulty.
I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate today, and along with my committee colleagues, this is an issue we have been consistently raising with the Minister for some months now. Can I begin by thanking each and every person involved in the schools and education across the North, and I include parents with those thanks. Their modus operandi has been completely turned upside down, more so probably than in any other walk of life. Yet they have continued to work throughout this pandemic, even though that's changed every way that education has been delivered, and provide education resources and try to manage our schools. I really want to pay tribute to them and say a heartfelt thanks. Children with additional and/or complex needs are some of the most vulnerable citizens. Whilst education is important to their academic development, equally so is the routine of school, of meeting friends and of social interaction. But as others have said, at school they have access to a range of other allied healthcare services, educational psychology, speech and language therapies, occupational therapy and physiotherapy. And I say it again, the routine of school, the removal of which has been devastating for some families. From the very outset of this pandemic, parents pleaded with me, and I'm sure with many other members here, to ensure that special schools remain open, that special units and provision in mainstream schools also remain open. I believe our education system has failed this group of children at the early stage of this pandemic. I appreciate we were faced with something strange and new, but the constant cry from parents has been that they had support from the school, but did not have access to the allied healthcare support their children so badly needed. And that's so important routine for so many families, which has been completely disrupted. I fully support the opening of special schools and for the provision for children with special statements of special educational needs. However, in doing so, I want to ensure that our schools are safe and feel safe for those children and teachers, assistants and carers who look after them during the school day. And whilst the figures show that transmission in school, particularly in primary schools, is low, we are all too aware of the high rates of transmission in our communities. Teachers and staff live in our local communities and they are genuinely afraid of picking up the virus despite their best endeavours and bringing it into their school. They are also anxious about being told to isolate, not being able to attend their place of work and knowing the detrimental impact of their absence on their classroom and the children they teach and care for. Children with special and complex needs depend on routine. Any closure and interruption to their education, even for planned holidays, can have a detrimental impact, so unplanned and prolonged interruption to their school lives is very difficult for them and their families. I fully appreciate the need for special schools to remain open. However, the staff need protected through appropriate PPE. They need access to priority vaccination. If we are to live up to our commitments to those vulnerable children we are here to speak of today, then we should protect them, their teachers and their carers through a project of priority vaccination for those teachers and staff. A society is judged by how we treat our most vulnerable. When the dark cloud has passed, we will look back and ask of ourselves, how do we treat the most vulnerable children in our care? I hope that we have learned the errors of the early part of this pandemic. Learned from the errors of the early part of this pandemic. I do want to see a recharge programme in every school, one that rebuilds and invests in our children, their educational attainment, their emotional and physical health and their very well-being. This has to be the Minister's and this House's priority going forward. No child can be left behind or left further behind as an outcome of this pandemic. let's recharge and reboot our education system to help those children catch up, to support those children, to support those families. I support the motion.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to pay tribute to the parents, staff and all the supporters within the special needs sector in our education system. These people have worked very hard with these children. They've tried to maintain normality with them, and I would like to thank them very much for that. We're all very aware of the impact of the pandemic through our education system, especially among these young people with their many complex needs. These young people must be given that most important education support that is so vital to them on a daily basis. Many have suffered dreadfully from this impact of this virus in our society. During the first lockdown, the initial lockdown, many of these people suffered because of their lack of routine in their day. They enjoyed their journey to school, their education. They missed the education, the social aspect of mixing with other young people, and indeed the interaction with their teachers and carers. This time, however, many of these children have remained at school, but are still suffering. While they are in the routine, they're still suffering because of the effects in school due to the introduction of COVID safety rules for the children and staff. Often there are less numbers in the... Yeah.
The member is gracious as always. I wonder would the member agree with me that a key to mitigating some of the circumstances that she's outlining is the importance of communication, effective communication between the education authority, the schools, the pupils and the parents, and getting that structure in place?
The member's next minute.
Indeed, you're quite correct. I think it's very important communication among all stakeholders, especially particularly in special needs and children with complex difficulties. Many children during the first lockdown had normality in their lives. However, unfortunately, in the second lockdown, they've had normality, but this has brought a number of issues in relation to this COVID. Trying to maintain distance. Through less numbers in the class, the children also have had difficulty mixing, socialising again, and teachers have had to spend a lot of time sanitising equipment so that our children are safe in school. So while normality has remained, it has been at a great price in relation to time of support staff and teachers. However, these vulnerable children must continue to be supported by SEND. This work with SEND must be flexible to work with the school, the parent and the pupil, as Mr Newton has already said. It is very, very important that we all continue to support these young people and the staff in their schools through a mixture of blended learning at times and indeed, much more important, teacher-led learning and support. Special educational needs for these vulnerable children must continue to be well planned with consideration for the health of the staff, the health of the pupils and the school being a safe environment for all to work in and to attend. Mr Deputy Speaker, I support this motion.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to add some comments predominantly from a health perspective because, of course, there is considerable crossover here. The first thing I wish to emphasise, as implied by other speakers here today, is that although this motion is specifically about the impact of the pandemic on special educational needs and their parents, the difficulties are by no means confined to those arising from the pandemic. Indeed, many parents will clearly state that the main impact of the pandemic has been to exacerbate the problems which were already existing. We can see this as the ongoing underfunding provision continues, to the extent that it is difficult even to establish how much we do in fact spend on special educational needs, right through to the increasing bureaucracy. However, although parents do point to a lack of funding in these areas, that is perhaps not the main issue they have. The issue of children who may have special educational needs has been exacerbated by the pandemic, with many parents left feeling that evident needs are not being met because they have not been officially assessed or practically recognised. There is a specific question around how children have perhaps been statemented but do not have access to a social worker or are actually considered or provided for. What has been said to me over and over again, and what is evident from the reports referred to in the motion, is that there is a sense that the Education Authority, their officials, do not pay significant enough attention to professional viewpoints set out by schools, teachers and principals themselves, or even of the expertise available within the third sector. In health, we like to talk about moving to patient-centred care. With special educational needs, we need perhaps to move on the same basis to pupil-centred provision. Yet perhaps the evident risk of children not being recognised as requiring special educational needs provision over the 5 months from May 2020. Each month, twice as many were statemented as for the equivalent month of 2019. It is for others to comment on the educational aspects of this, but it surely demonstrates also a need for early years intervention, which were not met pre-pandemic. From the health angle, what is perhaps most concerning about the specific situation specific to the pandemic is the effective withdrawal of many services. From trauma support to autism, indeed the Queen's University report Understanding Life in Lockdown clearly indicates anxiety and worry as the predominant emotions for many children with autism. Angel Eyes also notes the lack of clarity around the vision support service, which is another issue which is not new, but is exacerbated by the pandemic. The key point that can be service is simply withdrawn, but on other occasions attempts can be made to maintain the service, but in a way which does not support or suit the child. Notably, many parents mention how long-lasting relationships, as others have said in this chamber here today, with familiar or trusted staff have broken down to the children's detriment. This ties in also to the warnings of a mental health pandemic to follow the COVID pandemic, which the evidence says may afflict households with children with special education needs unless strong and appropriate intervention is planned now. This aspect of the problem is as yet undefined, but once again re-emphasises the need for a mental health strategy absolutely no later than the timescale already currently planned for, one that is fully funded, assured by expert input and already ready to go. Mr Deputy Speaker, with specific reference to the pandemic, I remain concerned that the current view is that routine use of PPE is not required and that transport provision may be based on the notion that children can be in more than one bubble. The first of these may, in theory, be sound technically, but does not strike me in any ways as practical. It leads me to the belief that special educational needs teachers need to be treated also as carers for the purposes of vaccination and prioritised accordingly. The second strikes me as a blatant contravention of the whole purpose of bubbling, that the idea is that the virus should absolutely not be transferred between bubbles and thus potentially between multiple households exponentially. I would urge a significant and urgent rethink around these areas. In conclusion, it seems to me we are experiencing a lack of funding, but perhaps more than that, a lack of knowledge in how we manage special educational needs, both in general and during the pandemic. And in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay particular tribute to the numerous SEN schools in South Belfast, from the leadership and Board of Governors through the staff and to the visiting health care professionals. They all do an amazing job and we owe them a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too welcome this debate today and do thank the Education Committee for bringing the motion, and absolutely the Green Party fully support it. I would also be surprised if any MLA here has not been contacted by schools, staff, parents or our third sector during this 10-month lockdown period, highlighting the specific problems and impacts for all involved, many of which have been mentioned during the debate so far. But, Mr Speaker, we really do need to remind ourselves that this is not a COVID issue. COVID has exacerbated many of the issues that are already there, because pre-COVID, SEND provision was in crisis. We didn't have enough places in our schools. Children were not being given places in the coming year. When we speak to the schools, we see that there's not enough resource within the school to deal with all the issues that they have to work with, and that there is a deep sense that they are being failed by the department and the minister. Ms Bradshaw has already raised many of the pre-existing problems that have led to the SEND schools to be facing what they are and coping with what they're dealing with today. And I have spent a lot of time with one school in my constituency, Glenveigh, and I've been up to their prize givings. I have had the tour of their school. I have met the families, the children, the staff, the teachers who are working within there. And it's a hard situation that they face, because we're hearing that they are expected to take children more frequently who are coming in with more complex needs, who are medically living longer than they would have been expected because medical advances are allowing them to do that. That they are coming with more equipment, with bigger wheelchairs, for example, with a lot more equipment with them, but yet the school doesn't have the space to facilitate that. Classrooms don't have the space to facilitate that, and numbers are growing, and provision is not being given to cope with that by the school. They have a small outside area that they try to use to allow kids and parents outside access, but they didn't have the resource to do any work on it. Would the member give way? Certainly would, yep.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree that it is an absolute disgrace that an entire additional new special school has been recommended for establishment since 2012 for the Belfast area, and yet we still don't have delivery on that matter?
The member's an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I think not just I, but the whole sector would absolutely agree with that. They've been waiting long enough, and they've been under pressure for long enough. But something that really struck me during my time at Glenveigh was part of that outside space that they had. They wanted to make into a memorial garden, because it's not uncommon for a lot of the children in this school to die while they are at the school. And this is obviously hugely traumatic, not just to staff and the families, but to their classmates. But they couldn't get that work done. So I'm so proud of the Green Party volunteers in South Belfast who went up and done that work for them over the summer, fully following the regulations and social distancing, and we were able to do that work voluntarily at our own cost. But it would be great if the department were able to do that and provide the provision that's needed. And despite all of that, the staff and families continue to provide outstanding care, and I commend their commitment and the family lives and the community that they have built up to support each other. And I can assure this House that they have been more than capable of communicating their situation and circumstance to me, and therefore I imagine exactly the same when dealing with the Minister in the department. And that's before we even get to lockdown. And that those parents and staff and teachers have all been left in limbo and despair. That those routines that take years to build up, in some cases, have disappeared. The behavioural problems, not just for children in schools, but for the adults in their homes and in their care settings as well, have escalated. And that the social circles more critical to so many SEND children and adults has dissipated in some cases. I'm listening to the bus drivers within the sector who are telling me that in order to try and provide some level of respite within their capacity for parents, that they are driving round and round roundabouts, that the journey that they drive to take children home, that they are going around twice, even if it provides an extra 10 minutes to the parents for respite care. Bus drivers are doing that. So there's absolutely a huge need to acknowledge and respond to the very special circumstances within this sector, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister today what that would be. There's an opportunity here to stop failing our children and SEND sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue and indeed wish to thank my Alliance colleague, the Chair of the Education Committee, for facilitating this debate today. I also would like to thank all of those who work in our schools, many of whom are quite frankly scared. Nonetheless, they continue to provide care and support for children with special educational needs in exceptionally challenging circumstances. I have a number of special needs schools in the constituency of East Antrim and know well the dedication of the staff and children in their care. I speak regularly with staff and parents. This pandemic has had a profound and long-lasting impact on educational provision across the world. Right now in Northern Ireland, the vast majority of children are learning remotely, including many children with special educational needs. And this does present very serious challenges. In fact, a Queen's University report last year found that remote learning arrangements were disproportionately difficult for autistic children, especially as regular school supports are withdrawn. So today, Deputy Speaker, I'm disappointed that the issues highlighted appear not to have been resolved. Online learning really needs to be reviewed to provide quality learning and support to meet the needs of special needs children. With regards to providing ongoing support, the Royal College of Occupational Therapists also noted that varying COVID-19 arrangements for schools and difficulty with communication and cooperation with schools. So our Minister has to be aware that this is a vital part of ensuring the well-being of young people. And I'm encouraging the Minister to work with schools to standardise measures to permit occupational therapists to carry out their functions when schools reopen. Furthermore, can the Minister advise what measures have been put in place to ensure that through the current period of closure, occupational therapists can work with teachers and others to prioritise students and to meet their needs? Deputy Speaker, this pandemic has highlighted a much greater need for communication across many levels of government, including health trusts, education authorities and the Education Authority, which needs to engage better to provide support to children with special educational needs in general, but especially through this period of serious disruption. So I want to know what the Minister's plans are and what he's doing to put in place to ensure this. With specific... Sorry, I thought there was an interruption. I will, yes.
Thanks very much to the member for giving way. Will the member agree with me that the situation facing the SEN sector prior to COVID was beyond crisis mode? It was criminal what was happening to our children in very vulnerable circumstances when statementing forms weren't being date stamped, there was cover-ups in the Education Authority and vulnerable children were left in a very serious situation. That has been worsened, but does the member believe that the EA and the Minister has got the message that something needs to happen now?
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and apologies. I do agree with the member's intervention. I think that it is absolutely clear that special education needs schools were in crisis pre-COVID and that this situation has exacerbated it further. And I think the Minister owes an explanation not only to this Assembly, but much more importantly to parents, students and to teachers and staff in schools. With regards to special schools, I think everyone here agrees with them remaining open through this lockdown to ensure that children with some of the most complex needs in their families can be supported. However, I do have serious concerns about the mitigations and support that have been put in place. Deputy Speaker, staff at our special schools are feeling really let down. That's what I'm being told on a daily basis. I've spoken with the principal last week and he tells me that a number of parents are opting for remote learning due to their fear for their children's well-being. I believe that this ultimately is a judgment for parents. However, I believe that we need to do much more to reassure them from an educational well-being perspective. Children really benefit from being in that school environment. With regards to staff at schools, I'm informed that a number in one particular school in my constituency are off ill, including recovery from COVID-19, but also suffering from anxiety. It must be recognised that social distancing is all but impossible in a special school environment. So for the continuation of the service and for the safety and reassurance of staff, we need high quality and plentiful PPE to be provided and full engagement with the department on those issues that are highlighted. Many, I fear, have just been left
to look after themselves. I was interested to see the UK Government's attempt to roll out the rapid COVID-19 testing in secondary schools in England. Of course, that's now been delayed. But has the Minister had discussions with the Health Minister for something like this to be provided at our special schools, considering the unique circumstances in which they operate? It would go a long way to reassuring staff and parents as we try to find our way out of this pandemic. Deputy Speaker, children have a fundamental right to education. While we face serious challenges, I regret that I do not believe that we're doing enough to support children with special educational needs. The response has been at best haphazard, inadequate, and perhaps hoping we would not face further lockdowns, but this needs fixed, and it needs fixed now. Looking forward, the Equality Commission has noted the loss of months of schooling for many children will have a detrimental impact on them, particularly children from minority and ethnic backgrounds and those with disabilities. It's therefore vital that the Education Minister, in addition to acting now, supports children with special education needs, outlines his plans on how he will support them and to recover. Thank you.
I now call Jerry Carl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Chair and the Committee for bringing this important motion and debate to the House today. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's obviously clear that the current pandemic has been very hard for many in our community, and none more so than those vulnerable children and children with special educational needs. And whilst we should absolutely discuss what we can to ensure that they and their families have adequate support, we should avoid this narrative that everything was rosy before this pandemic, as others have alluded to. Let's not forget the fact that special educational needs schools have been starved of funding for so long, forced to fundraise disgracefully themselves for necessary items such as special needs swings and other devices. And let's not forget about plans not so long ago, I think this Minister as well, to close special needs schools and current attempts to possibly go down that path again in the middle of a pandemic. Many years ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the writer Naomi Klein warned about a shock doctrine approach in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which saw the full-scale privatisation of schools and housing in New Orleans. There cannot be a shock doctrine approach to education where this pandemic is used to underfund, close, amalgamate special needs schools. I certainly won't stand for it, but I know teachers, parents, trade unions and pupils won't stand for it either as well. Truth be told, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many have been appalled, outraged even by the Minister's apparent ignoring and dismissiveness to warnings about the safety of keeping staff and pupils in schools in the middle of a global pandemic. And I suppose the Minister has been pretty true to his party's form by expressing downright opposition to basic scientific arguments, especially around the virus not being immune from spreading in schools when repeatedly presented with those arguments. I've received a lot of correspondence, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure others have, from staff in SEN schools who are very concerned about how this pandemic has been handled and how the Minister in particular has responded or not responded to issues and cases. Yes, I'll go away, Chair.
I thank the member for giving way. And one of the biggest issues I'm hearing from teachers in special educational settings is that nobody asked them how they felt, nobody consulted them, and they don't feel they're being listened to. Would the member agree with me that the Minister should urgently contact teachers and teaching staff and their unions to ensure that the utmost support is given to our teaching staff and that they have all the resources they need to continue to deliver special educational needs? Education for children with special education.
Members, an extra minute.
Yeah, I thank the member for intervention and totally agree with her point. I think the Minister has a body where he meets with trade unions and they haven't met since September of last year. This is absolutely appalling. So the Minister appears not to want to listen to those reps and trade unionists, and he absolutely should. To continue that theme, someone working in education contacted me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and said, and I quote, "The best place for children and young people is to be in safe schools and colleges. However, there is clear evidence that teachers and education staff are at higher risk of contracting the coronavirus, and further measures are needed to protect all education staff from contracting this deadly virus. And indeed, I think the Minister needs to listen to that and those other voices who have expressed similar concerns. It's worth emphasising, Mr Deputy Speaker, because there has been quite a lot of union and teacher passion. Parents and teachers and classroom assistants and all educational workers share the same interests. They want all of them to see pupils educated, but they obviously want to do so in a safe manner. So we should do away with this notion that parents and teaching staff are at loggerheads. They do not have opposing interests. It's quite noticeable, Mr Deputy Speaker, that when trade unions are forcing governments to retreat and backtrack from previously entrenched positions, it's then that the governments go on the offensive and attack them. Most recently, obviously, in Britain and in the south of Ireland. Also, Mr Speaker, I think it's important to emphasise that the failure of this executive to implement a zero-COVID strategy has a direct impact on pupils and staff in special education needs schools. The strategy agreed, adopted and implemented by this executive of living with COVID has seen effectively lockdown surge, repeated. This has obviously led to an exponential growth in cases and tragically deaths, and despite what the Minister has previously said, schools and pupils haven't been immune from the virus and that approach. I will go away, yeah.
Member seems to be in some way quoting me. I've never suggested, I've indicated that the level of risk within schools tends to be relatively low. I have never, ever suggested that either schools or teachers or pupils are immune from the virus. I've never used that terminology, so I wish the member would actually at least quote me accurately.
I remind the Minister that he sneered at me when I suggested about pupils needing to wear masks in public transport and had a dismissive attitude towards other members when they raised the issue. So he may not have said they're immune from the virus, but his approach has been inconsistent and dangerous, I would say. But also, Mr Speaker, those SEN pupils who have had anxiety or find it difficult to understand what is currently going on, it's even harder for them when this executive and this minister is pursuing an approach of lockdown surge, lockdown surge, lockdown surge. A zero-COVID approach offers hope to them that there's a way to get a handle on this pandemic, to eliminate community transmission, to give assurances to the pupils, teachers, education assistants that there is an end in sight. It's worth repeating, Mr Deputy Speaker, and emphasising that just the weekend past, New Zealand had concerts with tens of thousands of people on the weekend, a handful of deaths, and what we're looking at here is over 2,000 deaths. So the Minister should respond and answer the question whether he will support a zero-COVID approach to support those people in SEN schools in the wider public. Thank you.
I now invite the Minister of Education, Peter Weir, to respond to the debate, and you have up to 20 minutes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank all members for their valuable contribution. I think the tone of the debate has been, generally speaking, fairly good. I would also indicate in terms of responding, I think Ms Bradshaw made a very pertinent point, obviously in terms of some of the areas, and I appreciate it lies without the scope of either myself or the Education Committee. There's obviously a range of crossover issues with health, so I'll try and deal with it as best I can while there's close working with health. There will be aspects of this that probably the Department of Health is in a better position to respond. Can I also, I suppose, in welcoming the opportunity to respond to this motion, first of all, I want to commend all our school staff who are currently supporting some of our most vulnerable pupils, and there's a real desire to do that. Can I also, I suppose, maybe apologise to the House? I was a little bit late at the start of this debate, but it is, I think, for good reason. Mention has been made by a number of members, and maybe whatever other differences we are, at one I look particularly to the likes of Mr McCross and Mr McNulty on the issue of vaccination. And the reason I was late was I had a paper at the Executive on vaccination. Now, given some of the time constraints this morning from a number of Executive members, we were unable to bring that to a complete conclusion this morning. It will be debated again by Executive members on Thursday. But it's undoubtedly clear to me that the issue... I'll give very briefly, yeah.
Can you just confirm what is the debate about? Surely there should be no debate here. Teachers should be getting prioritisation for vaccination, especially in special schools. What's the debate about?
You might think, I think, to be fair, the issue, without, I suppose, breaching a particular level of confidentiality, because of some of the other discussions and because, for instance, I think there were some meetings organised in terms of the the issue of the mother and baby situation. There had to be a cut-off point really at 11 o'clock. We only just got perhaps about 5 minutes into the level of discussion on it. I suspect, Mr Magdalene, if you and I were around the executive table, it may be an issue that we would find absolute agreement on in relation to it. But I think, given probably the importance of the issue, to be fair to ministers, it's not something which can simply be bounced through in a matter of a few seconds in that regard. But I believe it will be brought to a conclusion on Thursday. And very specifically, I think, and where the pertinence on this is that, again, I would share with members, first of all, the desire to see within education staff a prioritisation, and I think that is something that needs to be taken on board by JCVI. I think that, I have to say, there is a wider discussion which I think is beginning on this issue. I think it's important that we make our views very clear in relation to it. But very specifically as regards special schools, my view, very clearly publicly, my view and privately as well, is that there needs to be a particular prioritisation of those in special schools, those working in special schools. They need to be part of the current phase. They need to be designated as carers to be able to have that vaccination done. And it is undoubtedly the case, and we'll come on to some of the broader issues around mitigations and some of the actions that can be taken. It strikes me that vaccination, particularly for special schools, is the game changer. More than any other single intervention, it is the one thing that can give confidence. Now, it is the case that in terms of from the broader teaching profession, and even I think from the point of view of working in special needs schools, the ONS figures, the SAGE figures, the PHA figures would suggest that those in education have no greater level of incidence of COVID than any other profession or any other part of society. But it is also undoubtedly the case, and very understandable for those who are working closely with children, as inevitably, I think, as a number of members have indicated, that given particularly in special schools, there is, by its nature, social distancing becomes virtually impossible. That whatever levels of protection are put in place, there's a limitation to what that can provide. It is undoubtedly the case, and I share with others, I think there is widespread anxiety out there, and particularly as regards staff, it strikes me where there are a range of things that can be done. The biggest single thing, I think, that can make an impact on that confidence and dispelling that level of anxiety for both parents, but particularly for staff, is the vaccination of staff. And that is why I think that has to be absolute priority. Look, this remains, I think, extremely challenging time for our special schools, and particularly I would like to thank special school principals, teachers and non-teaching staff who are working tirelessly to keep those schools operational and safe. The rationale for keeping special schools has been, I think there is a broad cross-party support for keeping special schools open. I think part of the anxiety is that some within special schools will say, why are we being kept open when other schools are not, or at least on a much more restricted basis? It is undoubtedly the case that in terms of the broader community transfer, again, the medical experts will confirm this, that it is not really a great deal of what is happening within schools is the main driver. It is the wider behavioural aspects and the wider aspects of that. But there is a very specifically, and I think someone mentioned within the debate, that there was, I think, for individual families, they will want to make levels of choices at the moment, particularly on whether their children are in the position, largely speaking, sometimes because of particular vulnerability, sometimes because parents are now directly at home and feel in a better position directly to look after their children, that the attendance figures in terms of special schools have been in around about 50% attendance. But for those 50% who are in, some will be because they believe that that is the best educational place for their child. But for a strong section of that cohort, it is absolutely critical to the lives of those children and the lives of those families that they are in school. Sometimes for particular medical reasons, sometimes for mental health reasons, but it's critical that we do that. Undoubtedly, I think there are various studies that have been done during the pandemic, again, stretching beyond education and health. Mention's been made, I think, of, for instance, the analysis Strumillis has done of the National Deaf Children's Society, of the issue of the report of Angel Eyes, the National Autistic Society, QB. There is plenty of data that is there. And so we tried to take account of a lot of that information, and there are other bits as well. It is a very emotive issue, and I think for those staff in the front line whose tremendous work has ensured the continuation of education and support for pupils, I think is critical. So I appreciate that there are challenges. Support has been ongoing since March, when the prioritisation of key workers and vulnerable children for access for supervised learning as part of the Department's response to support those most in need during the pandemic. I think it has been an indication of, both in terms of, to some extent, the changing patterns of employment that have taken place since then, but also I think a realisation from a lot of parents that in terms of where they see schools as being a relatively, not as risky or a relatively safe place, that the numbers attending, whenever we include also special schools, have hovered between 8 and 9% across the board. In many ways, I think that's a mark of confidence in what schools have done and what has been put in place. Now, in light of the current public health crisis, it became apparent over the Christmas period, and again with all matters, I will work with my colleagues in health. Obviously, indications were given at that stage that while a particular approach was taken in terms of mainstream schools, as I announced in the Assembly, special schools would remain open and that vulnerable children and key worker children would continue to have access. And obviously vulnerable children, amongst others, are all children with statements of special educational need. In order to support schools, my department issued a contingency framework for vulnerable children and young people to all schools. That was sent out to all schools on the 31st of December. And indeed, while there had been previous guidance was issued on the 8th of January by the EA, and there was bespoke DE guidance for special schools was issued on the 21st of January. Now, the contingency framework sets out the expectations on how vulnerable children and young people should be supported when schools and other education settings are directly impacted by restrictions put in place as part of the COVID restriction. The support model offered to those pupils will be managed on a tiered basis. We're not quite in the tiers across the water, but it's on 4 levels, with the aim being to maintain on-site education where possible and provide a suitable support plan which meets the individual needs of the child or young person. The current level that schools and education settings are at with the contingency framework is level 2, i.e. that they are open for vulnerable children and young people. Remote learning requirements and the removal of face-to-face teaching should be temporary and I believe should last no longer than necessary. Will remain under review by the Executive, but obviously will be very dependent upon the wider public health situation. So I will continue to work closely with the Minister for Health as the situation progresses. I'll give way briefly, yes.
Given way briefly, could he provide an update on his response to the Education Committee proposal that he establish a vulnerable children reference group comprised of education and health, special schools, parents, in order that they can work together to ensure that special schools and indeed all SEND provision is sustained in a safe manner?
Broadly speaking, I suppose there's 2 aspects to that. In terms of the group, we're working with our colleagues in health to establish that because it just doesn't lie directly within our remit. I'll maybe come on in a moment or two to some of the arrangements that are specifically there in terms of, and some of the reference actions and the discussions that are taking place with special schools themselves. Undoubtedly, health and education are providing services against a backdrop of challenging restrictions, and sometimes that will be also there's been redeployment of workers. So, in terms of some of the arrangements, I think the EA and health and social care bodies continue to work in partnership with schools to facilitate health and education services, along with appropriate SEN support and therapies as a priority. Wellbeing support is being prioritised, indeed funding is being provided directly to schools for this purpose. My department continues to work, I suppose, in terms of some of the structures being mentioned. With health, there's a weekly joint health and education oversight group to monitor progress, particularly for children with complex needs, and to put in place multidisciplinary local level solutions where they are required and it's safe and appropriate to do so. The EA pupil support services remain fully operational at this time, providing a blended approach to remote and in-person support for the most urgent cases of assessment or support if required. In addition to the ongoing training, advisory and intervention work, an extensive suite of resources, contact details and signposts are available through the EA website. Specifically on the issue of autism, the Middletown Centre for Autism remains operational for both training purposes and support services at this time, and has also made a considerable amount of support resources available to parents and carers and the education workforce online, and particularly through social media bits. Mention has been made, I suppose, of 2 other aspects of the structural side of things, it is the case that we're meeting regularly with the trade union side, indeed have had specific discussions, and also that means engagement not simply with the teaching unions but also those that are support staff who would be from non-teaching unions. But very specifically on the issue of interaction with particularly the special schools leadership group, that is meeting on a regular basis with officials from both ourselves and PHA. PHA are at every meeting. Maybe I didn't convey that impression sort of well enough. I think whatever the member had asked me before in relation to PHA, they are there directly at a meeting. And indeed, I think there's been an offer from PHA also to speak directly, if you like, beyond that to some of the special needs schools. Because again, some of this is about what can be done to meet the needs, but also sometimes it's about providing levels of reassurance and trying to de-escalate anxiety when from a medical point of view it isn't there. Mention of things we made in the debate on a couple of other aspects, which I'll come to before I mention directly about resources. On the issue of transport, there's work that's been ongoing with EA. During the current situation, in which there's a level of lockdown, the aim is obviously to ensure that the transport remains for those who are attending special schools, but also then facilitated where it's needed for key workers and vulnerable children. In normal times, I think the ability to stretch the system, and I appreciate the point that has been made in terms of trying to ensure that as much as possible precautions are taken within the bus situation. I suppose in normal times where all are attending, simply the volume of buses makes that difficult to do to some extent. We have instructed EA as part of the mitigation measures on the issue of wearing masks. That is something that they're to do spot checks on to try to ensure. But I suppose one of the advantages, at least of the current situation, is that as regards to transport, there is a degree of opportunity to try and spread the provision of transport a bit more so that we can then reduce numbers directly on individual buses, and there's an opportunity there. On the issue of PPE, specifically, there is additional PPE which is being made available this week through the EA, which is being procured, particularly, I think, for children and staff. I think one of the issues is that it is not a particular higher level of PPE that is needed, but it's maybe some of the specifics to try to make sure, for example, as we know that a number of the students are not just in a position to have maybe the same level of bodily control. So this is PPE, I think, which is a bit more resistant, for example, if somebody's trying to take it off somebody else's face on that basis. I take on board what has been said. I think Ms Bradshaw had a degree of scepticism about whether, if you like, the level of PPE was adequate, if you like, for individual teachers. To that extent, I think we will provide whatever is needed and whatever is beneficial. To some extent, we are dependent upon the circumstances and where PPE is worn. Is still very much dependent upon the advice we get out of PHA, and we can't really be in a position to try and second guess. Where they're saying it is necessary, it certainly will be used. If they're saying here's a circumstance which it is not needed, then it's difficult to impose that. It is also, which I think will provide some greater level of reassurance. I think it was Mr Dixon raised the issue about test and tracing. We should be an announcement very shortly in relation to that. There was a pilot programme that was done in a couple of post-primary schools prior to Christmas, and the aim would be to roll out on a weekly basis for special schools a test tracing system. We're working with PHA on that, and that is close to fruition. That particularly would target those also that, again, one of the problems that has been raised on this is the issue of asymptomatic children and staff, and I think that would be critical as well. On the issue of resources, there has been an additional £27.4 million allocated to EA for SEN, and that includes money for SEN pupil support. On top of this, in terms of the additional costs towards SEN to mitigate the cost of COVID-19, included £6.9 million directly on the COVID side of it, and that would also be covering mainstream SEN and pupil support. Mentions been made of the Engage programme. There has been work developed within that to deliver that on the ground, specifically towards special schools. Now, the issue in terms of direct funding, and there's around about £250,000, I think, that's available in the January to March period to help address some of those. There is also, I think, additional money that's been made available to help address the adverse impact of school closures, in addition to the engage money. The issue, I think, largely with that, I know the member raised about not receiving, special schools don't actually receive funding directly into their own budgets. That's where there is a difference between them and mainstream schools. So money will be spent at EA level. In terms of bids on resources, well, I'm a little bit tight for time, but I'd be happy to talk with social distance to the member afterwards if he has a particular issue. Specifically, I think in relation to that issue, it has also been that we have made various bids at times for additional money, as recently sort of as the January monitoring round. But there's also been sometimes, because of COVID, has led to some easements within pressures, things that have just not been able to be spent, but they've been effectively reallocated. So simply if there isn't a bid, sometimes it's because it's being met within existing budgets. The recharge side of it, I think, as Mr McNulty calls it, we've made it very clear that we believe that given the levels of interruption that have taken place, that effectively the Engage programme has largely worked fairly well. We want to see that effectively operate for a second year and be picking bids for that. Yeah, I know that the members, I think the only complication I suspect in terms of, and it probably will lead to an increase in terms of funding that would be sought, is that while the Executive has had around about $3 billion that's been allocated via Westminster in terms of COVID, the figures for 21-22 will be considerably less. It may be, even with the level of rollover, maybe somewhere in the region of about £500 million or certainly less than $1 billion. So I'll continue to impress upon my Executive colleagues, but I would say the other thing with money, a lot of the issues around reassurance, it is around things sometimes that well, any resource that we can find and any resource that is needed will be applied. A lot of these are not necessarily resource issues. And so, for example, one of the issues that have been raised, and there is work to have effectively try to have a pool of substitutes, but the availability, for example, whenever staff are unable to be directly in school, there is a smaller pool of specialist teachers who have got particular experience in terms of special schools. It is a lot more difficult to draw down teachers in the way that would operate in terms of the broader issue with the substitute list, because you need people who've got a level of specialism. So I would indicate that all action will be taken, and indeed any meetable request that is made from a special school we will meet, but sometimes it is not really necessarily the issue of money. It may well be an approach that has been taken. So in conclusion, I would say that I've stated a number of times I want to see resumption at the earliest opportunity of face-to-face teaching. It's the best educational provision and support a safe and welcoming environment for all our staff and children. While our battle with COVID-19 continues, I'm working to ensure that appropriate measures and resources are in place to secure access to educational provision, and SEN support, which supports our most vulnerable children, need and deserve to negate the adverse impact of the pandemic. And we know that for all children, but particularly for SEN children, particularly some of the pressures that have been there on mental health and others have been. Ultimately, the physical safety, mental health and well-being of all pupils and staff throughout the pandemic remains paramount. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call on the Deputy Chair of the Education Committee, Karen Mullen, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the Minister and all of the contributors to today's debate. I expect that discussion may continue online or through our media for quite a while. Mr Deputy Speaker, I begin this debate by referring to vulnerable children, that is to say those with special educational needs, and how they, their families and schools have been supported during this pandemic. I think that when this present crisis abates, there will be considerable focus on how we have managed educational provision during these unprecedented times. A key measure of the Department's effectiveness will be how we ensured continuity of support for those. Thank you. I need some educational support for those who are clearly most in need. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that following this debate we will see a multidisciplinary, cross-departmental, coherent and permanent process for ensuring that vulnerable children gain consistent access to special education needs support during and after the pandemic. I hope that this will include a transparent, single point of entry process with a named officer responsible for each child. I hope also that we will secure the associated resources required to cover these services for all future pandemic-related disruptions to education and beyond. Turning now to the different contributions today to today's debate, I would like to thank all members who spoke, my fellow members on the Education Committee and the Minister for his presence and his response. I'm going to try my best to do credit to the many valuable contributions, and I know trying to fit them in, so I will try my best. Just to give an overview, I suppose all members have supported the motion. All members thanked and paid tribute to our schools, staff and community, parents, pupils and stakeholders, particularly our special schools. All members raised concerns around special school support, the resources, the guidance and the safety. And members also raised support for the vaccination for schools with a priority for special schools. I know the Minister has given us an update here of the meeting this morning, but I have to say that it's still disappointing that we're still talking about the need to vaccinate staff, particularly staff in special schools. That should have been done by now. And those in our mainstream schools who are also opened, and we need to move on that very, very quickly. But I acknowledge the Minister's position, and also he has given an update here on the priority for the vaccination as well, and the recognition that the reduction in anxiety that would be for those. So thank you, Minister, for that. Going first to the Chair of the Education Committee, Chris Little, he spoke around the limited access to special schools in the last lockdown and how the committee was concerned by services available to children with special education needs during that period. And since that, how the committee has been prioritising the needs and also engaging with stakeholders, parents and others. And he pointed to the event that we held in December. And at that event, how we heard as committee members how schools and parents felt abandoned during that period, particularly those with autism. He went on then to speak in his role as Alliance MLA and again around parents being abandoned, struggled, and asked that the Minister would give more clarity on support and safety and resources and also around the vaccination. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. Can I take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Chairperson for her service on the Education Committee and for her effective advocacy on behalf of the education sector on a wide range of issues, from special educational needs to free school meals to youth services. She's made a valuable contribution to important work that often goes unnoticed and unreported, and we're very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister might be glad that I move on, but I very much welcome your comments. It has been a real pleasure to work with the members on the committee, but also the vast amount of people that I've met throughout the sector. Member Mr Humphreys, again, he raised the worsening situation around statement and pressures and what families have had to deal with, the closure of services during the lockdown and the devastating impact that had had. He has also raised, as many other members have, in relation to social distancing and the wearing of PPE. My colleague Nicola raised also around the impact in terms of children and their families and the loss of services, particularly mentioned therapeutic services and respite, and the heartbreaking reality that many families are still going through, and not just in that last lockdown. Member Daniel McCrossan also gave a personal contribution in relation to his nephew and commended his local school and the support that they have provided to his family on that. The need for complete change on this from the Minister, the lack of expert-led support and guidance for special schools from the Minister and his department, and more support needed in special schools, and again prioritising the vaccination. The member Robbie Butler outlined the huge impact again on families, talked about the temporary education order removal, goes against everything that we know, but very relevantly made the point that the effects to these children will be longer than temporary, and also quoted some statistics from the National Autistic Society and the vital need to monitor, liaise and review everything going forward. Mr Newton also outlined the difficulties for special schools, and it was a privilege for him to speak up for children with special education needs. He outlined the budgetary pressures prior to the pandemic and the need for resources to be in place going forward. My colleague Orlia Flynn also raised, but particularly focused around the mental health and the isolation on families and pupils and how they felt abandoned, and the further impacts that's going on, and how we must find a way to provide that support going forward to all of those. Member Morris Bradley also very concerned around the respite and lack of support there for children and parents, and highlighted the disparity that is there around provision. Justin McNulty highlighted around the absence and the loss of other allied services and the removal of those, and the impact it has had on young people's routine and their families, and the lack of support, and how we need to learn lessons going forward in relation to that. Rosemary Barton on the impact as well on young people's education, and many has suffered greatly around the loss of their routine, and that has continued into the second lockdown, and we need to plan better for those children with special education needs. Member Paula Bradshaw focused on health, again pointed to the lack of funding, pointed to the need around early years intervention, working closer with stakeholders, and stakeholders particularly that have a focus on children and young people, and how the Department and Minister and the Education Authority should do better in relation to that. Member Claire Bailey also raised a number of concerns on the impact and how COVID has exacerbated the issues in terms of special education needs that was always there. Stuart Dixon also outlined in relation to the loss of services and asked around the Royal College of Occupational Therapists and how their support, how the Department and the Minister would support them getting back to work. Member Jerry Carroll also again pointed to how the underfunding of special schools, and saying before this pandemic and all was not rosy in the garden before that. And yeah, very quickly.
Given way, would the member be concerned in an answer to myself a question on the 4th of December? The Minister stated that at the last meeting of the Department of Education Employer Trade Union Consultation Subgroup, the last meeting was on 8th of September, and there was a period of at least 2 months last year when the Minister didn't meet with that body of trade union representatives.
Yeah, I was just going to come on that you had outlined in relation to the engagement with unions and teaching and staff, and that is something that we've been...
Could I ask the member to draw remarks to close?
Yep. So just finally, in relation to the Minister's contribution, it answered many of the points. It pointed to data and reports that have informed educational openings in the current lockdown, along with health, and it outlined his department's support and the partnership working and funding that is happening currently in this lockdown. I welcome the Minister giving us that update, and also ask the Minister to take away the need today to do better for children and families with special education needs. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Can I highlight to members that they will have been recently notified that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister will be making an oral statement later this afternoon after question time on the mother and child homes and the Magdalene Laundries. The next item of business in the order paper is question time. I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. and then reconvene with questions to the Minister of Education. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Education. Before we do proceed, I would remind members that only one Minister will respond to oral questions today and that the remaining Assembly business will resume promptly at 2:45. I call Mr Jim Allister. Mr Allister.
Question 1.
Call the Minister.
Oh, sorry. Thank the member for his question. It was a little bit premature there. The department does weekly surveys, and the latest data, which includes responses from around about 75% of all schools and preschool education settings, reported around almost 12,500 key worker children as being located on site on Monday the 18th of January. That would equate, on the pure figures, at around about 4% of all pupils, but obviously given the fact that it's 75%, you could extrapolate a little bit further. Those figures don't include children in special schools, which have been asked to reopen for all children. The majority of these key worker children, about 10,500, are attending primary schools. As the majority of these numbers relate to children attending, as many of these relate to children attending special schools, the number of children and key workers attending mainstream schools is low enough, and there's no reason to assume that social distancing regulations cannot be adhered to. We have across the board, in terms of attendance, the overall attendance at primary schools is around about 9.5% on the latest figures. For post-primaries, running about 5 or 6%, and for special schools has been in and around about 50%. The latest overall figures in terms of attendance, including all categories, is around about 8.6%, and has fluctuated between about 8.9 and 8.2 across the day. On the 8th of June, the criteria for key workers was extended by the Executive in line with its coronavirus recovery plan. The definition of key workers was agreed, and there's currently no evidence that the criteria needs to be revisited.
Mr. Oliver, for supplementary.
Well, I must tell the Minister I know of a number of schools in my constituency where the attendance level is much higher than 8, 9, 10%. I can think of one school where I'm told the attendance level is in excess of 25%. Now, in such a situation, that's unfair to the pupils who have to be taught at home. It's unfair to the teachers who have to juggle both teaching at home and teaching in the classroom. And it really defeats the purpose, if there ever was a public health reason, for closing our schools if there is a quantum of up to 25% of pupils actually in school. So given that there has been this extensive increase since the last lockdown, would it not be more prudent to have the key worker criteria as 2 parents, if there are 2 parents in the house, rather than 1? Because I certainly have been told of cases where there's 1 key worker and a non-working parent at home and the kids in school. Is that what it's meant to be like?
Well, it is meant in terms of the definition of key worker, and indeed it has been consistently from the start. Now, not all schools have applied it this way, but from the first lockdown it was on the basis of it being 1 key worker. Now, the member can highlight some schools that will be outliers in terms of percentages. The principal aim, and again, if you talk to the medical experts, it is not that schools themselves are not a particularly safe place. It's to try to reduce the overall level of contacts within society. That indeed it is also around the behavioural impact of schools being open. Now, if on the situation, and you can take, so there's a limited level of risk that is directly within the school, but the principal problem is the behavioural aspects outside of the school. If across the board we're looking at a situation in which more than 90% of children are not in, then that is removing a considerable element of the level of contacts that are within that. Within the situations, different families will operate in different ways. And again, part of the issue, I suppose, in terms of a single key worker, is to try and ensure that in all circumstances that key worker is available for work. Because, for example, if we take, which is the case in many cases, if you had a family with 1 key worker and 1 non-key worker, and indeed there's a level of choice as to who goes into work, it may well be that the key worker is the one who's much lesser paid than the other member, and if they then have to remain within the home, then there's a risk that actually what is happening is society is being deprived of the key workers side of it. Now, if in a situation, all things are always kept under a level of review, and indeed I think what has largely happened, because the definitions haven't principally changed, I think there is a broad level of acceptance of a general level of confidence that parents have in their children being directly in school, which has arisen in terms of the figures. But I think across the board, the level of figures that would suggest, because they have been fairly consistent over the last 3 weeks, would suggest that more than 90% of families of children are not going to be directly in school. Sorry, I see my time is up, but I'm sure it'll come up with.
Mr. And just by way of housekeeping, before I come to the next member, question number 2 has been withdrawn. I guess nice year, Sir Karen Mullen, for when you cashed, I called Karen Mullen.
Can I ask the Minister, given the need to deliver effective remote learning, if his department has sought assistance or received offers of support from internet providers to address poor broadband for pupils, and also, Minister, I wrote to you on this, any plans to add providing data to pupils and families struggling?
Well, from that point of view on the issue of support, we have worked, I know, in terms of with the devices, in terms of with BT, in terms of providing additional coverage on that side of things. There is, I think, as part of that, and that can be, I think there's two aspects of that which can then boost the numbers within that, and that has been done. I think the issue will be that in certain geographical areas, we will still reach a point that until Project Stratum rolls out, there will be some physical areas that, irrespective of what an internet provider is trying to do, or indeed in terms of the devices, that there will be a limitation of what can be provided within certain areas. We are working as part of that as well, that in terms of that, the EA has been procuring around an additional about another 10,500 devices to add to the 24,000 that are largely out there to try to be able to ease that burden as well. But as the member will be aware, in terms of the issues around remote learning, while the issue of connectivity, the issues of the number of devices, etc., are an important part of that, probably some of the bigger problems that are there with remote learning would be the fact that it is still not as good a position as a face-to-face learning from the point of view of being able to enable the children to have that level of direct focus. And that's something which I think is difficult in any set of circumstances to overcome other than with face-to-face teaching.
Mayor Justin McNulty, Fanya Cast, call Justin McNulty.
Gurmai August Cora, and incredible situation. Parents and children are dying for schools to reopen, dying to get back to school. Can the Minister outline what advice he has got from the Chief Medical Officer and from the Chief Scientific Advisor in terms of reopening schools in February potentially?
Well, the member will be forgiven in relation to there's a limited amount I can directly say that the intention is to bring forward a paper on the wider situation to the Executive on Thursday. I can't really preempt that paper. The Executive will take its decisions. We will work always closely with the Chief Medical Officer in particular. The Chief Scientific Officer isn't actually in place just at the moment in that regard, but working with those key medical experts, and that will form a key part of the thinking as we move ahead. And indeed, I think my officials today were meeting with the PHA to discuss issues moving forward as well. But look, I think I share with the member a view that the sooner we can get back to a situation in which there is that direct face-to-face teaching and done in a safe manner, in a manner which is compatible with public health, I think the better for all of us, whether that's parents, teachers and particularly the children.
I call Gary Middleton.
Number 3, Mr Deputy Speaker.
As a system, we're significantly better prepared and equipped to deliver remote learning than we were last March. Since the beginning of the 2020-2021 academic year, my department has asked schools to have contingency plans in place for the delivery of remote learning. Schools are now implementing those plans to deliver remote learning during the next couple of weeks. Due to the dedication of teachers and school leaders, the vast majority of schools have already been delivering remote learning where and when it was needed during the autumn term, continually improving their provision in line with expectations and emerging best practice. At the beginning of January, my department issued an educational continuity direction, which makes it a legal requirement for all preschool settings and schools, be they primary or post-primary, to provide remote learning. Alongside the direction, my department published further detailed guidance for schools on supporting remote learning. This provides additional advice and guidance to schools as to how they can tailor and adapt delivery of the curriculum. Schools are required to have regard to this guidance. There is much good practice across our system, and my department is monitoring implementation of remote learning through the school managing authorities who will work to support schools who have any difficulties.
Gary Middleton for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his response. And I do welcome the guidance that has been issued on remote learning, and I know that he will agree with me that face-to-face teaching is the most appropriate, but we have to be mindful of the health advice. Can the Minister outline what additional resources have been provided to support remote learning within our schools?
Well, in terms of the details of that, in terms of the remote learning, so there was about additional £7 million have been provided to support remote learning this year. I think that's enabled, first of all, in terms of devices, to make available up to 24,000 devices for learners to continue and improve their online services. I suppose in terms of resources as well, the scheme to provide the devices and the Wi-Fi access to educationally disadvantaged to support access to remote learning remains open, and as I said, EA is currently procuring some more devices. There is also, I suppose, in terms of as well as the money side of it, there is resources in terms of guidance materials, case studies to support learning. They've been produced by the Department as a continuity of learning project, and the EA has developed a website through C2K My School, the best resource, and provided a gateway to access a range of online teacher professional learning sessions and webinars. The website collates and makes available the resources and guidance developed through the Continuity of Learning project, including a number of newly developed resources and case studies. There's also, I suppose, liaison between, at the start of the process, which are still in place, link officers have been put in place for each school. Those are largely speaking through either the Education Authority or ETI, and the department continues to work closely with them, and particularly with ETI and other educational support bodies, to identify additional support materials to be developed at pace.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Education Minister for an update on the EA procurement of funded access to the Seesaw digital learning platform for schools to aid remote learning between students, teachers and parents and guardians?
Don't have the direct information in terms of the Seesaw, but I'll get the information to the member and make that available to him.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Well, the member in front has just asked the question that I was going to ask, but I'm wondering, are there any other platforms that you're considering for primary school children and indeed post-primary school children?
I think in terms of the platforms, obviously there's advice that comes from EA through their C2K side of things. I think that can both help primary schools and particularly teachers delivering that. I think we are open to any other suggestions which take place in connection with that. Through the Continuity of Learning programme, we tried to channel those. But again, no one has a sort of a font of all sort of wisdom in relation to these things. So I suppose as we move ahead, as we move further into lockdown, there are programmes which are developing all the time, and I think we're open then to do that. Obviously, got to make sure that what is there is quality controlled and something that is appropriate for the age of our children.
Members, there's a fair bit of interest showing in this topic, so I'm going to go beyond the standardised too. Agus Iram Sir Nicola Brogan, Fáinne Ceist.
I've raised with Mr Weir previously the issue of the digital gap has been made more evident because of remote learning. As we've said already today, families struggle to access support in terms of IT devices and printers, and in my constituency in West Tyrone, families struggle with access to adequate internet connectivity. Given the availability of significant COVID support funding as set out by the Finance Minister yesterday, can the Minister tell us if he will submit a further bid of funding to scale up the provision of devices and to equip pupils with internet connectivity?
Well, we have explored, I think there is, as part of the bidding which we put, as part of, I think it's been accepted by the Finance Minister, a range of additional bids which I think equate to around about 18 million, much of which is to sponsor, for instance, the additional devices that the EA is doing. We are in a constant position of iteration, particularly with EA. I think one of the slight degrees of barriers to that, and certainly from that point of view, particularly given the funding that is available, there's no lack of willingness from our part. I suppose it's just how quickly certain things can be delivered. And I suppose particularly if we're talking about devices, then there is a procurement lag which still is difficult to overcome in terms of a very short-term side of it. But there will be those additional devices. As I said, we've also made some of the tools in terms of the MiFi and the BT access available. I think you do run into a problem. I think the member identified quite correctly that the problem with a lot of households is not the lack of a device, but actually the fact that you have a number of members of the family pursuing that particular device. I think the other thing which is difficult to overcome, as indicated, is that geographically there will be some geographical parts of Northern Ireland that no matter what you were able to put in, because of the lack of broader internet access, there will be some schools will have to operate on a slightly different sphere, because simply no matter what can be done from an education end, that there isn't going to be that availability for those children as well. But we're constantly liaising with EA to see if there's anything additional can be done that can stretch out what can be provided. And I think, given where we are from the broader financial position, I think the lack of finance is not the issue. It's just how quickly things from a public procurement point of view could be turned around on some of those issues.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers to the questions so far. Minister, a brief point following on from some of the other members. C2K, some would argue, is largely no longer fit for purpose, given that it's 20-year-old and needs to be addressed, and I know the Minister has acknowledged that. Seesaw is worth considering. It's a very good programme. Some members and I have had a rundown of it, and it looks very, very good and appropriate. Can the Minister outline what analysis his department have conducted on the impact of remote learning on children from a deprived background, and whether mitigations have been sufficient in order to address education underachievement?
Indicated, I think, in the previous debate, there have been a number of reports that have been done during that. There's no doubt that remote learning will have a level of impact in terms of disadvantaged children and disadvantaged backgrounds. And again, that is not simply, if you like, the issue about access to devices. But I think all children will flourish best in an environment where they're in a face-to-face teaching situation on that basis. As indicated, I think there is a strong need. There was, obviously this year, been put in place an Engage programme. I believe that we need to look ahead, and the bids will be made to the Executive in terms of the 21-22 funding. Now, I should indicate, as I know the member has been active on this particular front, that those who've been engaged through Engage carry on, and as much as possible are trying to deliver what they can through remote learning. I appreciate that. I think for a lot of schools they'll have tried to focus this in on small groups, and that does become, well, not impossible, but does become more difficult under remote learning. But I think it is imperative then that the Executive look favourably on any level of proposals to roll out. I know that a number of schools, there may be times when the member and myself are metaphorically on a seesaw in terms of that, and occasionally struggle to be on a level position on it. But I know quite a lot of schools, particularly during lockdown, particularly primary schools, have used seesaw. So it's not, from that point of view, something that has appeared sort of overnight. And I think it's a good example, I think, of some of the programmes that can be used by primary schools. I think it's widely used, I think, by a lot of primary schools.
Sir Jerry Carroll from Newcastle. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for his answer so far. Just following on from the questions around the digital divide, Minister, can you guarantee that all pupils from disadvantaged backgrounds will have access to a digital device and free access to the internet as well?
I think from the point of view of guaranteeing any individual, I don't think that guarantee can be given across the board. We are trying to procure the maximum amount of devices. Can it be done in every individual case? I think, unfortunately, that will be difficult. I think, as I indicated, it is relatively rarely indeed. The feedback that we have got, and we used in procuring the first round of devices, we got feedback from schools as to what the needs out there. And there is still, I think, even within the 24,000 initial devices, there are a small number that are still available, still eligible to be claimed on that basis. But I think it would be foolhardy to give a guarantee that every single person will be able to receive everything that is needed. I think all of us can do the best that we can, but it also highlights then that beyond simply the lockdown period, there will be inevitably a need for a level of catch-up, a level of investment in terms of resources in what will be required for our students as we move into the next financial year.
Call John Blair for question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 4.
The use of academic selection in their admissions criteria is a decision for boards of governors. It's not just, if you like, something that is just their general responsibility. They have the legal authority over that. I have therefore reminded schools considering using academic selection, indeed using any form of criteria, in the absence particularly of the AQE and the PPTC assessments, they should ensure that any alternative approaches are robust, supported by legal advice, and that the process that they have adopted can clearly and objectively select pupils for admission. So there's not a single set of criteria that we have been recommending to any school.
Mr Blair for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, and hopefully he will accept that the lack of contingency planning has caused anxiety for many children and families across Northern Ireland. And with regard to that, can I ask the Minister why he's refusing to use his powers under the Coronavirus Act 2020 and the Education Order 2006 to direct the use of a common contingency criteria for post-primary admission in order to insert some consistency and certainty in exceptional circumstances this year?
Sorry, there are a number of reasons, I think, for that. In terms of direction of that, he mentions, for instance, the previous Education Order. The power for the Department to direct under those circumstances can only be triggered once the Assembly has taken a vote on whether it wishes to use academic criteria or non-academic. It only becomes once that trigger point has been made of a decision in relation to that. So that is not a power that is directly open to the Department unless there's been some steps previously taken. I suspect, looking across the Chamber and around the Chamber, getting a consensus on whether there would be academic selection or not is something that has eluded for many a year. Directly speaking, I suppose, in terms of the Coronavirus Act, that is principally around the measures to be taken, both in terms of childcare and schools, on either the opening or closure, directions to either open and the means that they would be. I think that to stretch that to put in place what the criteria should be would potentially be legally questionable and certainly beyond what the intention was of the Coronavirus Act. And I think the other factor is, both in terms of both politically and indeed between schools, there is not a common consensus on what the criteria should be. So if we're going to move to actually impose on schools a criteria which is against their will, and indeed there are a wide range, some who, for instance, will be very keen to embrace academic selection, and there's a legal right to do that, some who would never support academic selection at all, the member would have to be clear they would have to square that circle as well. So it is the legal authority of boards of governors to actually set their criteria. We may all have different views on what the ideal criteria should be, and there is guidance given as to what is reasonable and unreasonable, particularly in terms of academic criteria. But I think it would be beyond the powers, certainly of myself or the Department, to try and impose a one-size-fits-all solution on that basis. I don't think there is a consensus at any level on what those criteria should be.
Minister, given your comments following the cancellation of the transfer test that would limit children's opportunities, and I wanted to take an example of St Kevin's College in Lisnaskea, which I visited recently with myself, and it's the best non-selective school in the north of Ireland, and it's actually outperforming some of the grammars. And I had quite a number of my own family that went to it, nieces and nephews, and they all went on to third-level education, and there was no limits to their education. Your comments, Minister, were deeply insulting to a majority of those involved in the education system. Will you take this opportunity to withdraw those remarks and apologise to teachers, staff and pupils who are educated in non-selective schools such as St Kevin's Lisnaskea?
I'm very well aware of the excellent work that St Kevin's does in other schools. Schools across the sector, be they selective or non-selective, or suppose more accurately I should say academically selective or non-selective, because all schools will employ some level of selection in that regard, do an excellent work. Look, from that point of view, I didn't make myself as clear as I should have done. I apologise for any offence that was caused. What I was saying, what I meant to say, and particularly whenever the peril sometimes of social media, you don't always get across your meanings in that regard, is that where any pupil is limited in trying to get to the school they want to get to, and is limited by factors that are outside their control, then that is some level of reduction of opportunity, whether that is to a selective school or whether it's to St Kevin's or any. So that was the message I was trying, and I apologise if my language that I used was somewhat clumsy in that regard. But what I'm aware of, I think we have a system which actually delivers across all post-primary schools very well for our pupils. I know there is always room for improvement, but when you compare, for instance, our performance compared with other jurisdictions nearby, there's an excellent route and there's excellent opportunities for all. But I feel for any family where if they are looking to get into a particular school, that door of whatever school that is, in whatever sector, is effectively closed to them by circumstances that are outside their control.
Call Robbie Butler.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your answer. I want to thank the member for bringing the question. It's a perfect question. It's probably the issue which has caused me most pain throughout my time on the Education Committee. I do believe that we have failed 16,000 pupils who, in good faith, entered the AQ and GAL test, and I do believe, actually, had the Minister had the courage, he would have got cross-party support, even from those parties that opposed academic selection and could have used the coronavirus legislation to do such. But that being the case, and the disappointment being there, what are you doing it now for the current P6 cohort who will be faced with doing the exam in November to protect their rights under the admissions criteria which do exist, which do have legislative power and cover, to make sure that this debacle is not revisited again in November of 2021?
I think from that point of view, ultimately it's still up to boards of governors to make that level of selection. It's clear, and we hope to be in a position that as we move on into the spring and beyond, the situation will have eased considerably. It's noticeable, I think, that for the vast bulk of schools that have for example, that were academically selective schools and have moved away from it this year, I think fairly uniformly, I think they've indicated they want to move back towards some form of academic selection. I think that will be available. The problem, and I know the member made some very sort of well-reaching efforts to try and find a solution, so give him a very strong commendation for effort in relation to it. I think the problem that a lot of schools found was the issue, particularly whenever they did seek advice, and we advised them simply to seek their own advice. For a lot of those schools, they found that the methodologies of using alternative data would not be particularly robust. There have been, I think, a small number of schools that have used them, but it perhaps explains why the vast majority of schools, certainly to my understanding, who would normally be academic selection based, the advice that they have got, particularly from a legal point of view, is that this would be something that would be so open to challenge that they've been reluctant to go down that route. But I think there is an opportunity for better preparation for November, and I trust that we will be in a better position across the board to be able to facilitate choices from whatever particular direction that comes from as we move ahead.
To the next question, Sinead Bradley.
Deputy Speaker, question 5.
Yes, I'm pleased to confirm, I know this probably, the question predated some of the announcements. I'm pleased to confirm that I've introduced a further income support scheme for substitute teachers on the 22nd of January. The new scheme will operate under similar arrangements and effectively echo what was there before in the scheme prior from April to June. Details of the scheme are available on the Department of Education website, which include information on who is eligible for the scheme, how payments will be calculated, and a straightforward online application form. The closing date for the scheme, because it's effectively reflecting what levels of work that teachers had during that period, is the 29th of January 2021, and I encourage substitute teachers to apply for the scheme if they are eligible. I should also indicate that for any substitute teacher who, prior to any announcements in relation to the current sort of lockdown situation, had a booking that predated that, those teachers' pay will be honoured within that. And similarly, because I know it was raised, I think, by Mr McCross and others in terms of the issue of the Engage programme, quite a number of substitute teachers will have been employed on a short-term basis through the Engage programme. Again, they will still be in a position to deliver that. They will still all be paid for that period as well.
Okay, Starlene Tachig, Sinead Bradley. Supplementary question for Sinead.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister give an assurance that scoping exercise has been carried out to ensure that all substitute teachers who benefited from the previous scheme are included in this new scheme?
Well, the position is that it has been made clear to teachers. I mean, the issue, I suppose, is anybody who is eligible is entitled and encouraged to apply. The eligibility may slightly differ between the two. It's not as regards individual cases. So to take one example, if you had a substitute teacher who qualified in June of this year or June of last year, they wouldn't have been eligible for the first scheme because they wouldn't have had any opportunity to do any substitute work, but they may well have done substitute work during the autumn. That person would be eligible, whereas somebody who was previously they wouldn't have been for the first scheme. So it is entirely open, I think, for every teacher who this applies to be able to apply for that. There is encouragement. Indeed, there was a good uptake of it previously whenever we did that, and there is no bar to anybody who's previously received it or indeed anybody new coming onto it. It may also be that there will be, on the flip side, some teachers who would have been eligible previously who, because they have maybe, say, retired completely in the meantime and not done any substitute work during the period in question, that they wouldn't now be eligible. But I think on either side of that line it would be relatively marginal.
That concludes the period of listed questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. And there she's there. And I call Sinead McLaughlin. We'll give you a minute to get rested there, just. That's quick.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for answering the questions. Minister, we've all been greatly alarmed to hear about the new variant of COVID-19 and how it could be accounting for 50% of all infections here in the north. But even more alarming is that it is possibly 30% more deadly. In light of these disturbing revelations, what additional safety measures are you planning to take to protect our children and staff currently in special schools, and indeed more generally throughout mainstream schools when they return? Okay, well, there's a number of points in relation to certainly having spoken this morning, not breaking any particular confidences. In terms of the issue of deadliness of the new variety, I think there's a considerable level of question marks over that. Certainly the medical profession would say actually it's far too early to say. It may possibly the Prime Minister slightly jumped the gun on that basis, but nevertheless it's something to be taken seriously. Look, there have been a range of measures that have been put in place across the board in terms of schools. So, for example, in terms of post-primary schools, the requirement, unless there's a medical excuse then for post-primary schools to pupils to wear a mask. Obviously, we're not at the moment where outside of key workers and vulnerable children that they're in. There is going to be increased surveillance on school buses. There is also going to be, we are currently working on, which will be erected in every school, signage, because what has actually been said, I think, particularly by a lot of the medical experts, is that there's relatively little of what is directly happening within schools themselves. It's the behavioural aspects around schools which are of importance. Specifically on special schools, obviously I've indicated to a number of occasions that I want to see a very swift use of the vaccination process as regards particularly staff of special schools. While I think there is a need for prioritisation of education staff in general, I think it should be particularly targeted at special schools. There will be rolling out from this week additional PPE. Now, that is not so much in terms of that there is any form of recommendation from the medical side that there are additional circumstances, but obviously one of the concerns, particularly in special schools, will be PPE, which is less able for students to pull off others' faces. That will be delivered, and also hope fairly soon to make an announcement in terms of additional test and tracing within special schools, working with the PHA, and I think that will be relatively imminent as well.
Sinead McLaughlin, supplementary question. Sinead.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. And I suppose all of us in this Assembly know that we've taken extra precautions because of the new variant as well. So it's really important that we make sure that our schools, especially our special schools, are protected. And the rollout of that is very important. I really have nothing else because you've answered my supplementary question about how quickly you're going to do it. So it's imminent, it's soon. Thank you.
Chris Little for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Education Minister to set out his plan for how and when children will be returned safely to school?
Well, as indicated, I'll be bringing forward a paper to the Executive on Thursday. There will be further discussions even this afternoon with the Health Minister in relation to that. So until the Executive takes a clear final decision in relation to that, I'm probably not in a position to be able to share those at this stage with the Assembly. But I think it is important that, albeit I think all of us accept we're in a very fluid situation as regards to everything with COVID, that if the Executive, for instance, is able to reach a decision on Thursday, that is communicated quickly, because as much as possible I think it's important that for staff, for parents and particularly for children, that they're given as much certainty as we move ahead in terms of timescale, notwithstanding the fact that everything always has to be kept under a certain level of review given the speed of movement of actions.
Chris Little for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. Would the Minister agree that a safe return to school has to be a priority for the Assembly and that to do so that may require increased social distancing and decreased class sizes, which would obviously need extra staff, extra space, extra capacity for digital learning? Has the Minister bid for such extra resources of this nature in order to return schools as soon and as safely as possible?
Well, I think from the point of view of what would be needed, I think the problem on that, and it would clearly be one option that's on the table, is that a form of blended learning is considered. Whether that's across the board or whether that's for certain year groups, I think would need to be examined. The issue with that is, I suppose, it is not. There is probably some work that around the margins can be done around extra staffing, around extra space, but the practical reality of that will be that you will have some pupils in at a particular time and other pupils then remote learning. Now, there are models that were developed as we looked last summer towards a potential blended learning return, and so there are models there which can be utilised in that regard. But obviously, one of the drawbacks of that would mean that it would not be on the basis that there would be a full return. I think what was looked at last summer, particularly as regards primary school, was a situation where you had effectively a rota within the week of when pupils would be in. That would in and of itself enable a greater level of social distancing, and that maybe a slightly different model would apply towards post-primary school. And I think it's particularly the case as we look ahead towards both the situation post the half-term break and as we look ahead towards the rest of the academic year, that also, while hopefully be outlining in the near future some of the issues around qualifications, may well be that there's also a need to concentrate a lot of our actions around those who are receiving those public examination qualifications, which are so vital in terms of the educational journey that children will have to make.
Kelly Armstrong for a question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, could I ask you if you believe that a child has a greater opportunity by attending a grammar school?
Look, I think to some extent I've answered this from Sean Lynch in relation. The issue that I've highlighted is that whenever the opportunity for any child to go to a particular school, of any school, of whatever sector, is reduced, then that reduces some level of opportunity. And that's true of whether that's a academically selective school or a non-selective school. We have schools across the board which deliver very strongly for all our children, but in the broader level, in any sense, whenever choice is limited, when parental choice is limited, then that does reduce the individual choices for families and for individual children.
Supplementary for Kelly Armstrong.
I thank the Minister for that. I find it somewhat disappointing, his answer, given the fact that 20% of children who want to attend integrated schools are turned down from that opportunity because there are not enough places. But Minister, can you confirm that your job is that all children have equal educational opportunities? Therefore, all schools should be being pushed in the direction to provide all opportunities?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly I think we want to make sure that all children are given the maximum opportunities in life. It means then that from what can be provided within schools, there should be the maximum opportunity for all children. Now, there will be probably certain practical constraints that will be there across different schools in terms of what can ultimately be delivered. But the aim is to give people as much choice as possible. That means, I suppose, as well, I think critically as we move ahead, it's maybe one of those things that has not been able to be progressed as quickly as possible. But, for example, whenever we look to ongoing work which will happen on the 14 to 19 strategy with economy, it is about what not simply lies within school walls, but what happens beyond that and what wider opportunities can be provided. And I think that level of collaboration will be critical. But as we look to expand opportunity for all, I think that the independent review into education will be one of the critical issues that it will want to look at as well.
Sinead Bradley for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you confirm that all COVID costs accrued by schools to keep them open or functioning in any form, including substitute teachers, that the costs that have accrued and the codes associated with those will be met outside of the school budget?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue in relation to that, I suppose there's a couple of points in connection with that. There was, I think, a level of bidding, and indeed some of that will be even a reprioritisation of funding. So as part of the overall packages that were sought from the Executive at earlier stages, there was specific money set aside in terms of COVID funding, particularly as regards substitute teachers. That was secured, and I'm talking about for the schools rather than for the individuals in that regard. That was secured. What we found, I think, in terms of financially in relation to that, perhaps the costs were, roughly speaking, what was needed on that side of things. There's maybe a little bit more that is required. We find that the overall amount that was bid for initially by the EA in terms of PPE, there was probably a certain amount left over. So it's an issue actually of redirecting at times certain levels of costs within that. But we're also conscious, and I think there's been engagement with a number of schools, that where they have had, and working with those schools in the EA, have had specific costs which have not been met. I think that there will be opportunity to try and make sure that those are met. The overall impact in terms of school budgets this year, because of a range of factors, has meant that what has normally been the case where schools have, across the board, tended to be in a strong deficit situation and lost. This year's actually there's a reasonable surplus that will be there, in part because some of the financial pressures that were there also with schools have been reduced. But where there are genuine costs to be met, they will be met centrally from that funding.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary question for Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm sure many principals and school management teams will be relieved to hear that it won't be coming from their central budget. Does the Minister agree with me in terms of the substitute teachers that we do have a register of qualified, capable, able and willing and waiting substitute teachers who want to engage and be part of the solution in keeping schools open? And could he reach in further to engage with those teachers and allow them to be active during this time?
I think you make a very valid point, and I think that is the case. That's why, for instance, whenever the Engage programme, which I know runs alongside that, the principal source of where additional people could be drawn in, where additional teaching could be drawn in, it's not, generally speaking, the teachers who are in place in full-time positions. This is about bringing in additional people. And so that has been done. I mean, we're certainly very open, and particularly where there's a window of opportunity between now and the end of the financial year, that where schools require somebody additional, for example, if there's an element of them having to try and sort of juggle a certain amount of supervised learning within schools with the remote learning, I think we're open to any suggestions that can be in connection with that. I suppose the only caveat I would add across the board, I'm sure nobody would ever do this, is that we're genuinely what we've done in terms of the COVID situation, where somebody is missing because of sensitive, they've had to self-isolate, there's the opportunity to bring in staff. It's not obviously simply an opportunity for schools to say, we want, generally speaking, some additional staff in to boost up our numbers. I don't think that's the approach that's been taken by schools, but where there's been any level of pressure within the system, that has been met. If there's any overhang of something not being met, then we'll be happy to go back and examine that and try to provide that support for schools.
I can call Paul Given in for a quick question and response from the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, statements have been made in the past that our schools are a safe place for children to be educated, and indeed the transmission of the virus takes place outside of the schools, in the playground and so on. In that respect, given that schools took mitigating measures to bubble classrooms and have put in protective measures for teachers, what evidential basis was taken to mandatory force children to wear face masks 6 hours a day, 5 days a week? And what impact assessment was carried out upon children that would be forced to do this?
Well, broadly speaking, as regards that, we will always work and coordinate with the Chief Medical Officer, Chief Scientific Advisor, so we will take public health guidance. There was a series of measures. I think what can be done to try to facilitate the maximum number of pupils being in should be done. Around face coverings, it has been something which has been used in other jurisdictions. For post-primary schools, it's not been used, obviously, and intended to be used for primary schools. But we believe that we'll have, as with all these things, it will have some small level of impact, and I think is an additional safety measure in that regard. Clearly, there will be individual cases, and in an ideal world, as with a lot of things under COVID, it wouldn't be something that would need to be embraced or looked to be embraced, but we believe that this is a level of advantage. Clearly, there will be individual cases where there will be a pupil, as indeed with some of the other regulations that are there across the board, where for their own particular health reasons, either through physical health or mental health issues, that there would need to be some level of exemption given to them. And there is flexibility within the system to build on that. In terms of the implementation side of it, that was able to be announced over Christmas, but as then subsequently there was a decision really had to be taken that for the most part that schools would not remain open in the meantime, then I suppose in terms of the testing out directly within classroom environment, then that has not really been able to happen so far.
And that concludes topical questions. Thank you, members. If you would just take your ease, please, while we change for the next session.
Okay, members, resume your seats, please. Members, I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Ministers that they wish to make a statement. Before I call a minister, I remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's rulings that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, and they can do this by rising in their place as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. I also remind members that in accordance with the long-established procedure, no points of order will be taken during the statement or the question period afterwards. And I call the First Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today the Executive has considered the research report into the operation of mother and baby homes and Magdalene Laundries in Northern Ireland. First and foremost, we want to offer our personal thanks to those women and their now adult children who came forward to contribute to the research. Your voices were silenced for so many years, and that was a significant wrong. As a society, we must acknowledge this and do all we can to bring the truth of your experience into the open. This report is an important first step towards a full understanding of what happened to thousands of women and their children in our recent past. It helps us to reflect upon and recognise how poorly they were treated, often in ways that lacked even a basic level of compassion and kindness. The full report will be published this afternoon. Victims and survivors have been given advance sight of the research report, advised of what it found, and given the opportunity to have their questions answered prior to it going into the public domain. And they have been told of the Executive's decision today into a victim-centred independent investigation into these historical institutions. This will be co-designed with victims and survivors and will give them the opportunity to influence the aim of the investigation, how it should be conducted, who should participate in it, who should chair it, and how long it should take. They will also be part of the consideration of whether it should be statutory or non-statutory. It is intended that the co-design work will be expertly facilitated and will conclude within 6 months from now. So briefly, by way of background, Mr Speaker, the Executive established an interdepartmental working group in 2016 to gather and consider evidence about the operation of these institutions. The working group has also been tasked with examining historical clerical child abuse, which fell outside the remit of the Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry, and that work is ongoing. The working group is independently chaired. The current chair is Judith Gillespie, and Judith has been in the role less than a year, and I want to acknowledge both the commitment, determination and the energy which she has brought to the role. We also want to recognise the work of the previous chairs, Nora Gibbons, who tragically passed away last year, and Peter McBride. While we talk about historical institutions, members should be aware that the last mother and baby institution closed its doors as late as 1990. As the recent report of the Commission of Investigation into Mother and Baby Homes in the Republic of Ireland shows, the issues of abuse and poor treatment of women at a vulnerable point of their life were not unique to here, and indeed they were part of the culture of a number of countries around the world. The research which was led to the report being published today was undertaken jointly by Queen's University and the Ulster University. It examined the operation of both mother and baby homes and Magdalene Laundries in Northern Ireland, and the wider historical and social context in which they operated between 1922 and 1990, a 68-year period. The research examined 8 mother and baby homes, a number of former workhouses, and 4 Magdalene Laundries. It involved a literature review and examined archive records. In Prony, for example, importantly, it sought and obtained the personal testimonies of women with experience of the institutions and their now adult children. The research is so much richer and real because of this testimony of lived experience. It also obtained oral accounts from others with a connection to the institutions, either because they worked there or were involved in placing women and girls there. Under the terms of the reference for the research, the universities looked at how and why women and girls entered the institutions and where they and their babies went when they left. Living conditions and care arrangements were considered, as were maternal and infant mortality rates. Given reports elsewhere, the researchers were also asked to determine whether there was evidence to support concerns about post-mortem practices and procedures, and whether there was evidence of vaccine or medical trials. There was a specific emphasis on the practice around adoption, particularly consent to adoption. I want to give members a sense of the headline findings in the research, starting with the mother and baby homes. All of us should be shocked to find that over 10,500 women entered mother and baby homes over that 68-year period, and that's likely to be a conservative estimate. The records relating to mother and baby homes are not complete for all of the institutions. A high percentage of the women and girls, around 86%, were from Northern Ireland. The others were from outside of the jurisdiction. Around 11.5% of the women and girls crossed the border, and a small number came from Great Britain and elsewhere. The youngest child to be admitted was just 12 years old. Shockingly, around a third of those admitted were under the age of 19. The majority were in the 20 to 29 age group, and the eldest person to be admitted was a 44-year-old woman. Appallingly, a number were the victims of sexual crime, including rape and incest. The living conditions and care arrangements for women in the mother and baby homes are difficult to determine from the archival records, as very little was recorded about this. However, the personal oral testimonies provide a greater insight into the lived experience. While a small number of women offered a more positive account of life in the mother and baby homes, others spoke of strenuous physical labour being expected of them late into their pregnancies. Based on the information available to the researchers, it is thought that around 4% of babies were either stillborn or died shortly after birth across the entire period. This can be compared with data held by the Registrar General for the period between 1961 and 1980, which indicates that around 7.8% of neonatal births, or babies born outside of marriage, died in their first month of life or were stillborn. The research report does not reach firm conclusions about the rates of infant mortality in mother and baby homes. This is mainly because mothers and their children did not remain there for long periods, unlike the position in the Republic of Ireland as outlined in the Commission of Investigations report. The researchers are clear that firm conclusions can only be reached through an examination of the records of those other institutions that babies were sent to. Members should note that an estimated 32% of infants were sent to baby homes following separation from their birth mother. Other babies were boarded out, fostered in today's terms. Others, around a quarter of babies, were placed for adoption. Since 1929, when adoption legislation was enacted here, a mother's consent to adoption has been required, although in later years a court could dispense with consent in certain circumstances. A number of the oral testimonies do raise concerns over the issue of informed consent for adoption. Most commonly, these testimonies feature discussion of the traumatic and the sometimes pressurised circumstances in which often very young women were asked to make decisions about adoption. In a smaller number of cases, testimonies included allegations of irregularities around the signatures on consent forms. Without access to adoption records, it is difficult to conclude that legal and procedural requirements in adoptions were followed in all cases. And given that some children were transferred to other jurisdictions, including across the border, it could also require access to adoption records held in those jurisdictions. What is indisputable is that there were considerable movement of babies from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland, and in significant numbers. 202 babies from Marionvale, 1957 to 1982, 171 babies from Marionville, 1950 to 1990, 120 babies from Matterdye, 1942 to 1970, and 58 from Thorndale, 1930 to 1970. How this came to be raises many more questions, questions that require answers. We, the Deputy First Minister, myself, the Health Minister and Judith Gillespie have already raised this issue with the Minister of Children, Equality, Disability and Youth, Roderick O'Gorman, in the Republic of Ireland. He has committed to consider the scope for cooperation in the area of adoption linked to mother and baby homes, and I want to put on record the sensitivity around adoption. Many women and adopted children may not want to be found, and we need to always be mindful of that and respect the rights and wishes of individuals. In terms of Magdalene Laundries, nearly 3,000 girls and women are estimated to have entered the 3 Good Shepherd St Mary homes, and a further 707 women and girls entered Thorndale Industrial Home, which operated as a quote, girls training home, close quotes, and also as a probation home for women sent by the police, courts and social services. Women and girls entered by a number of routes, some of them from mother and baby institutions. Women with learning disabilities and mental health issues also entered these institutions. There is evidence of admissions triggered by our past, teenage girls and women being sheltered from forms of community rough justice. Oral testimony collected by the researchers, as well as that for the Hart inquiry, suggests that physical punishment was rare in the context of the Good Shepherd Laundries here. Instead, discipline was instilled by the regimented regime and other forms of punishment. Girls and women were given class names, and there was a significantly greater number of children under the age of 18 in the Laundries than the historical institutional abuse inquiry were able to identify. That inquiry concluded that it was unacceptable for such young girls to be expected to do industrial work of this type, and considered that this amounted to systemic abuse. Work was carried out without pay, and some women spent a lifetime in a laundry, died and were buried from there. Now, I'm mindful that this report is following in quick succession to the publication of the Commission of Investigations report 2 weeks ago, and comparisons will undoubtedly be drawn between both jurisdictions. The research report reveals strong similarities with the experience of women reported by the Commission. There was huge stigma attached to pregnancy outside of marriage. Women and girls were admitted by families, doctors, priests and state agencies. And as I've already said, they were required to undertake tough domestic duties late into pregnancy. They had little preparation for childbirth, and some had cold and castigating birth experiences. There were also a number of key differences, but it is for a further investigation to draw these out, and I will say more about that shortly. There was also the issue of the cross-border movement of women and children into and out of these institutions, in the same way that women from this jurisdiction were admitted to mother and baby homes across the border, as reflected already. Women from across the border were also admitted to homes here. Some questions about adoption and infant mortality rates remain unanswered and will require further examination. So we welcome the research report. This is an important day for those women who were resident in mother and baby institutions and Magdalene Laundries. The research gives an account of their individual and collective experiences and reminds us of the importance of the developments and progress made in recent decades in how we treat the most vulnerable, including children. It is with huge regret that we acknowledge the pain of those experiences and the hurt caused to women and girls who did nothing more than be pregnant outside of marriage, some of them criminally, against their will. None of us should be proud of how our society shunned women in these circumstances and of their experience while resident in these institutions. Whilst the research is comprehensive, the report runs to around 550 pages, Mr. Speaker, and as I have said, includes the rich testimony of women with direct and personal experience of these institutions and their children. But there are a number of unanswered questions, particularly in relation to adoption and infant mortality. So today the Executive agreed to undertake a further independent investigation into these institutions. But before I set out what that means, I want to let members know about a number of other important steps already being taken to ensure appropriate access to records and information relevant to these institutions. The research identified that many records are not held in appropriate conditions and that these records may be at risk of deterioration. Preserving documents relevant to any investigation is of great importance, as failure to do so could prejudice further work and may hinder the learning of important lessons, may also hinder the proper recognition of any harm done to individuals and may prevent appropriate amends being made to them. These records are of significant historical importance and may also assist adopted people wishing to trace their birth relatives. As a result, the Health Minister has already written to the relevant institutions and record holders, asking them to ensure that their records are maintained in line with best archival practice and to take steps now to prevent their destruction. Tracing in connection with adoption is well established here and has been in place for more than 30 years. Also, there are plans to develop that further and to strengthen existing arrangements under new adoption legislation, the Adoption and Children's Bill, which the Minister of Health intends to introduce to this chamber in March. There are powers in the bill to make regulations which are intended to assist adopted adults to obtain information about their adoption and to facilitate contact between an adopted person, their birth relatives, and, for the first time, between birth relatives and descendants of adopted people. Regulations made under the bill will also introduce new legal rights to intermediary services and other services such as counselling or access to information and advice. The draft regulations will be subject to full public consultation, meaning that victims and survivors will have the opportunity to shape them. The research report to be published later today is only the start of a process to allow the long-silenced voices of women and their children to be heard. For too long, they have carried a burden of shame and secrecy. Too often, their treatment from those who were in positions of power and trust caused them real harm and a lifetime of trauma. Today, the publication of the report shines a light into darkness, but there is more to do. So the Executive today has agreed that an independent investigation will be carried out into these institutions. This will be shaped by survivors through a co-designed process which will be facilitated by experts. We will ensure that their voices are heard loudly and clearly. Their views will be given primacy in determining the way forward. They will be given the opportunity over the next 6 months to take part in work to define the aims of the investigation, who should take part, who should act as chair, and how long it should take to complete. They will also be asked whether it should take place in public and whether it should be framed in law. A statutory public inquiry may well be the outcome of that process, but victims and survivors will be given the opportunity to influence that. This is a day of mixed emotions. The research report presents a worrying account of what happened to women and girls simply because they were pregnant. And with that comes a real sense of sadness. But I also hope that this will be the beginning of a healing journey for the thousands of people. They will be asked whether it should take place in public and whether it should be framed in law. Those who were harmed by their experience in these institutions have the right to be heard, both at this time and for the rest of their lifetime. This is a long and detailed report. It contains important testimony from voices not heard before. And it took, Mr. Speaker, tremendous courage from all of those who participated in this research. It demonstrates a faith in us and in society that we will properly listen and act to support them now. Mr. Speaker, I commend this research to you.
Thank you, and I call first of all the Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, Colin McGrath.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement today. This was indeed a shameful chapter from our past, a time that caused much pain, much hurt, and has left much anger, a time that has not been addressed nor appropriately acknowledged. One cannot begin to comprehend or understand the trauma that these mothers were subjected to, nor the lifelong suffering that resulted for them and their babies too. Those precious babies that were subjected to such hard conditions, and their life chances were hampered to begin with. And how many children are there in this world that go to bed every night wondering who they are, where they are from, and what their life history is? They were ripped from their mother's arms, and many were sent to far-flung places. I'm so glad that these institutions were closed down a long time ago, but the stench of their legacy hangs over us all until this matter is appropriately, sensitively and finally addressed. I welcome the inclusion of a substantial co-design process with survivors and would ask the Minister when this will begin. And would she agree with me that it is essential that alongside this co-design, which could take up to 6 months, and any inquiry that follows from that, that there must be appropriate support services for survivors to help them, and also redress to assist them as well. They have waited long enough to have this conclusion of a public inquiry, and another 6 months to wait would just be too long. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Trevor Clark. Sorry. My apologies. First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say to the Chair, I absolutely agree with all of his sentiments. He says this a long time ago. For those of us who are slightly older, it doesn't seem that long ago. 1990, I was 20, so it's not that long ago in my world. And I think that's something we need to reflect today. It's not actually that long ago that these homes were still open. The co-design process begins immediately. The Deputy First Minister and I had the opportunity to meet with Judith Gillespie and the reference group before we came here this afternoon, because we wanted to engage with them, reassure them that we wanted to work with them in designing what it was that they wanted to see happening as a result of this research. So I think that it's important to say it does begin immediately, and we do hope when we talk about 6 months, it's up to 6 months. We would much prefer it to happen faster than that, and I think that's the desire of many of the survivors as well. In terms of support for survivors, we're absolutely committed to the provision of appropriate support for survivors, and that has been built into everything that we've been doing in the run-up to today. Officials have discussed with members of the reference group this morning again the need for support and how they need that support to help them co-design the process as well as all of the other needs that they have. To date, WAVE have been involved in reference group meetings, and if there is a need to have any conversations, that support is there. We're also asking the co-design group to consider what further support they may need, and that certainly doesn't need to wait to the conclusion of the 6 months process. And we're quite happy to have that ongoing discussion, a parallel discussion, if you like, around the supports that are needed and put in place.
And I asked Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just lifting your own words, First Minister, where you said this is an important day for those who are in the homes, and I think we all can concur with that. And maybe following on from your response to the Chair of the Committee, in terms of that support, how do you see that support? What will that look like for the many survivors of the homes, in particular those that we're talking about today?
If I can say to the member, I think it's important to say that the support that's provided will depend on the needs that come forward from the victims themselves. It's important that they tell us the supports that they require. We have put in place some supports already, as I say, through WAVE attending the reference group, but we want to know if there's other issues that we can deal with. You will know, Mr Clark, dealing with victims and survivors from any trauma, that the needs are different and varied, and therefore we need to take that into consideration to make sure that it's a flexible model that we can provide for them. I think it is important that we try and take into account the experiences that they've lived through. For a lot of people, this is such an important day, a lot of survivors, but it's also, as I said, a day of mixed emotions. It will be with great sadness as well that we've reached this point, and we see the extent of what happened in the mother and baby homes and in the Magdalene Laundries as well.
Thank you. And I call Linda Dillon.
Gormailgat, Can Corlia, and want to thank the Minister for her statement here today. And just, I suppose, to start by outlining that today we should reach out to the women and girls and support them and end the silence and the shame. That's what we need to do. We need to ensure that all of the supports that have just been talked about are the right supports to ensure that we end that we support them, that we support those that were referred to as illegitimate children. Let us be clear, there are no illegitimate children. Every child born then and now is legitimate. Every child has a right to know who their parents were, to know where they came from. So can the Minister, I suppose, give us some assurances today, and I really welcome that the Minister has given us the assurances that this will be victims and survivors centred and that they will guide us in everything we do. I think that's really vitally important. But can you give us assurances also that we will learn from the mistakes that were made during the Heart Inquiry and HIA, because many, many victims and survivors were re-traumatised. We need to ensure that we don't make that same mistake again.
I thank the member for her points and her commentary, all very well made. I think it's an important point to say that we need to learn from all of the processes that have happened thus far. I note that some of the survivors were upset by the Commission for Investigation report in the Republic because some felt it was too legalistic in some of the language. So if you look at the adoption piece, for example, and the Commission indicated that there was no evidence to say that there were any forced adoptions because there was paperwork to show that the adoptions had been signed off. But of course, we don't know the story behind that signature. We don't know what happened to bring about that signature on that piece of paper. So it's about trying to get behind that and trying to find, was it an actual informed consent, or was it something that the person had to do in those circumstances? So we will try and look across not just what happened during the Heart process, but also processes in other jurisdictions as well, to learn from those messages. And it was suggested to us that perhaps we needed to look at what was happening in other countries like New Zealand and places like that today, and we'll want to take all of those issues into account, and I'm sure Judith Gillespie will want to take those into account as she tries to find a way forward which is supportive and which gets to the truth.
Thank you. And I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, thank you for
for your statement, and I look forward to reading the full report, although I'm not sure that that's the right use of words that I'm using. I look at this as a pure disgrace and shame on us all, but I have a real concern that maybe we were only touching the tip of the iceberg here. Could I ask the First Minister, have we looked at the intergenerational effects of this, especially the fact that some of the adoptions were right across the globe and the effect it would then have on further family members?
Well, as I've said, and I thank the member for his comments, one of the issues that we want to look at is the adoption process, because babies were moved after birth into different jurisdictions, and we need to try and understand that. Some actually went to the United States of America, for example. How did that happen? What was the process of all of that? I hear what he's saying about intergenerational issues, because we know that that is an issue with other victims and survivors, particularly victims of terrorism. They have raised the issue of intergenerational issues. So I think that that is something that the group should look at. But at the moment we're focusing on the adoption piece and infant mortality as well, because that is a concern for us as well.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, you used the word shunned in your statement there. You'll recall last September I asked you specifically if the victims and survivors from the mother and baby homes could access the counselling services that were being put in place for the historical institutional abuse victims, and you said no, it was a responsibility for the Department of Health. A couple of years ago I asked a very senior official within the Department of Health would he put in more resources for contact tracing for people, and he said no. Why all of a sudden has this become an issue? Is it because we had the Commission report in the South come forward? I mean, the women who have been living today, they still feel shunned. Can you please outline what additional resources in terms of real financial money you're going to put in and ensure that the Department for Finance puts into this? Because these are all very warm, woolly words today, but I think that the victims and survivors expect a lot more. Thank you.
Well, I'm disappointed with that reaction, because this is not about warm, woolly words. It is about action. And when we met with the Victims Reference Group today, we were very clear about that. And we want to ensure that there is action, but we also want to ensure that it's the correct action and the correct services that are put in place. We could put in place a whole range of services, but if it's not the appropriate services that are needed, then frankly, what is the point of doing that? So when we talk about moving forward, I think it is right that we realise what happened in the past, and when we look back at the historical institutional abuse, which was set up, I think the terms of reference were finalised in 2012. At that time, there was very little research on the mother and baby homes. Indeed, there was a belief that those people in Magdalene Laundries, most of them were over 18. It has turned out to be that a third of those in Magdalene Laundries were under that age. So there is a lot of research that has been carried out, and I commend the research teams actually, not only for what they have brought us forward today, but the manner in which they have gone about their research. Yes, they looked at the literature review, yes, they looked at archive documents, went to Prony, but they also engaged with very many people, people who had been in the institutions as residents, but also some of the staff members, some people who referred people to the homes, and so you get a rounded story and a very clear picture of what was going on at that time. So we will, of course, be putting funds into services and support, but it has to be the correct services and the correct support, and we have given a commitment to the victims today that that support will be there.
Thank you, and I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, and I'm sure we would all agree that this is a shameful and horrific report to so many innocent human beings, namely women and small children. And can the First Minister outline what key differences are emerging between what happened in Northern Ireland and what happened in the Republic of Ireland?
Yes, well, as I've said, there are a lot of similarities between what happened in the Republic of Ireland's jurisdiction and in our jurisdiction, but there's a number of differences. For example, there's no evidence of some of the appalling living conditions found by the Commission. Indeed, There were expectations for living conditions in institutions here to be of a higher standard than those in the general population. There were no unaccompanied children in mother and baby homes here, although this may have been the case earlier in some of the workhouses. Women give birth here in hospitals or private nursing homes, not in mother and baby homes, as happened in the Republic of Ireland, and as a result, we think that's why maternal mortality was not as big an issue here. And as well as that, women seem to have stayed for shorter periods in mother and baby homes, and women and babies appeared to have left at the same time. Of course, the adoption legislation was different as well, but as I've said, we're going to look into the whole issue of adoption with more research. And importantly, there was no evidence of vaccine trials as well, because I think there was a lot of concern around that because of what happened elsewhere. So there are, of course, the same sort of stigma issues here as there were in the Republic of Ireland, but there are differences here as well, and that will be reflected when people have a look at the research report.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Karen Collier, and thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. Quite a harrowing report. A Minister on an island that has faced more than its fair share of torture and abuse. It never ceases to shock me when I hear reports of the abuse and violence our women and children faced who were supposed to be under the care of the state or states on this island and the churches on this island. Would the Minister agree with me that what was behind this was state institutionalised misogyny, and that the victims of this abuse and of this torture and of these human rights abuses are completely blameless?
I think absolutely. To put this in context, you have to look at society during these years and the attitude towards women who became pregnant at a young age. I think for me the most difficult part of the research is reading about children who were raped or the victims of incest, and then they were victimised again by being put into these homes. It wasn't their fault that they were raped or the victims of incest, but yet they were the ones that suffered. And it appears to me that the people who perpetrated the crimes went scot-free. So I think there's a huge issue around that, and of course we need to look at that and to ask ourselves some pretty difficult questions about society. I mean, I was reflecting to one of the victims and survivors last night about the fact that sometimes we look back with rose-tinted glasses and say, the good old days. There was nothing good about what was going on to these children and to these women, and I have to say we need to reflect on that, and we need to work with these victims and survivors to make sure that their voices are heard, but importantly, that it was so wrong and that that is stated in a very clear and unequivocal way.
Thank you. And I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for what has been a very emotive statement, some of which is extremely distressing to hear. I note in the statement that there are references to young women having to go to some of these places to escape, quote, community rough justice. Would the First Minister indicate the context of that, whether it will be a key area of examination for the independent inquiry? And given that some of this dates to relatively recently, the 90s just, might there be a prospect of criminal justice outcomes in the future? Thank you.
Well, I think the member does raise a very interesting point, actually, that came out from some of the evidence from the Laundries and in the St Mary's Laundries, both in Londonderry and in Belfast. There's reference to, and I quote, a number of girls and women deemed to be in a crisis situation arising from the Troubles in 1972. A girl aged 18 was brought to the Good Shepherd Convent by the police, who had rescued her from being tarred and feathered. It was not clear why she was under threat of communal rough justice. In 1973, R arrived at the convent accompanied by a Protestant clergyman. She had a Catholic boyfriend and the UDA had threatened her. In 1976, 16-year-old C was placed in St Mary's by her parish priest because an army officer had complained to her mother that she was frequenting the army base. So those are reasons why young women were put into Magdalene Laundries. I find that incredible. And I think it is something people will be shocked to read, and it's the same. There's some references as well in the Belfast Laundry to women coming in to escape communal rough justice. And obviously, if after looking at that there is evidence, then that should be absolutely investigated by the police to see what can be done.
I call Sean Lynch.
I get Can Collier, and I want to thank the First Minister for her statement. Could I ask what efforts are being made to contact victims and survivors overseas, such as in America, who may or may not be aware of this report or any redress support that they are entitled to?
Well, I think the member touches on the redress issue. Of course, after the Commission of Investigation in the Republic of Ireland, there were a number of issues identified that needed to be taken forward, including redress. We're not at that stage yet because we haven't taken forward the investigation proper, as it were. And I think when we come to that, I'm sure that there will be a number of areas that will be looked into in terms of the numbers that were adopted into different jurisdictions off the island, if you like, because I think that will cause some concern to see how those people can be contacted. But we're at the beginning of this process. I think the research document is a very meaningful document, gives us a very good starting point to move into the discussion around what happens next. But in the case of redress and in the case of contacting people outside of the jurisdiction, I think that that's something that will be worked through during the coming months.
I call Paul Cabinet.
First Minister and Deputy First Minister, I thank you for bringing this very difficult statement to the House here today. I'm thinking of women who are 50, 60 years of age now today with children that have gone out. We have to look at this as a societal problem simply because the next door neighbour, or we were worried about the neighbours that they didn't want to look at their young daughter with a swollen belly, are sent into these places out of sight, out of mind. And I beg all of you, everyone in every political party, that we don't play politics. We go to the truth, we get out the truth, and we get the help where it's needed. First Minister, also there are young women, or well, elder now that went in there first, that don't want their names to be out there, and we have to accept that as well. But this is a societal problem. This was the way we were, folks. This is all of us. This is our mums, our dads, our brothers, our aunts, our uncles that put these girls into these institutions, simply for no other reason than they made a little mistake. And I ask you, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and all of us here, not to play politics with this, to get to the truth as it's meant to be got to, but also to bring that healing hand which is required. And we can bring that healing hand together, especially in this centenary year, the foundation of Northern Ireland. There would be a goal for all of us to get behind and unite. Thank you.
Just to say, I absolutely concur with the member's commentary, and yes, we do have to reflect on actions that were taken in society. I think that's very key because, of course, while the state was a big actor, whilst the churches were involved, I think we all need to reflect on the attitudes that were existing right across society at that particular point in time. In the research, it talks about how families had such an influence on some of these women, and older brothers who didn't want their sister to bring shame on the family, and that's why she was sent away to a mother and baby home. And there's very little reference to the fathers of any of these children that were born in the home. So, yes, I concur with what the member has to say about healing. It is important that we do that right across the piece, because when you look at these mother and baby homes, they were existing for all of the community. And I think I've referenced that in the statement today.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
I want to welcome the fact that the report has been compiled. I think it is very important, and thank the First Minister for her statement. But I wonder if she could now address a group of victims who may consider themselves to be forgotten today, because under the terms of reference of Judith Gillespie's working group, there were 3 groups: the mother and baby homes, the Magdalene Laundries, but also the victims of historical clerical abuse. And to be clear, members, that means we offer different regimes of support and opportunities for redress, not based on the abuse that a victim suffered, but on where it happened. And I hope the First Minister would agree that's not acceptable, and it would be appropriate to offer a message of acknowledgement and hope to the victims of historical clerical child abuse.
Yes, I absolutely agree with the member. Doesn't matter where the abuse took place, it was abuse, and we need to recognise that. I'm hopeful that that work will be completed soon. I will come back to the member with a time frame for that. I don't have it in my notes today. But if anyone who has suffered from clerical abuse and isn't covered by the historical institutional abuse team, certainly I cannot see Fiona Ryan as the Commissioner closing the door on those people. And if he has anyone in particular from that background that is having difficulty accessing services, then please do let us know, because we do want to be as inclusive as we possibly can to support these people and to do what Mr Catney said around trying to heal what has happened in the past. And, you know, we always say it, the first thing to do is to acknowledge what has happened. I think it's important that we do acknowledge that, not to point the finger of blame, but to acknowledge what has happened and now get into the full investigation, because I think that's really important.
Call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for what she has said today, and recognise that today is an important day for victims and survivors, and we all will be thinking on them at this time. It is indeed a day of mixed emotions. There's a very worrying picture, First Minister, on infant mortality. Can you confirm that that will be one of the areas and one of the key aspects that will be looked at going forward?
Yes, well, we are concerned about infant mortality because we just haven't the information to hand in relation to those issues, so we want to do some more work in relation to that. It does appear that maternal mortality was better here in Northern Ireland, because it appears that most women went into a hospital or a private nursing home to have their babies. But what happened directly after they left then is something that we are concerned about, and we just want to get to the bottom of that. So that's one of the key issues that we'll be doing more research into.
I call Karen Mullen.
And I thank the First Minister for the statement. I want to say my heartfelt thoughts to all victims of the mother and baby homes today. Like all our members, truly was a shameful time in our history. First Minister, I'd like to ask what outreach and further steps will be taken or made with victims and survivors who have never come forward about the abuse that they have faced.
So I thank the member for her comments and her question. I think when we're dealing with victims and survivors, whether it's from the Troubles or from historical institutional abuse, or in this case from being in a mother and baby home or being born in a mother and baby home, that we have to respect that for some people they do not want to come forward and they do not want to reflect on what has happened to them. And we have to respect the right to privacy for those women and indeed for some of those children. But I think what is important for us is that if someone does want to come forward and if they are in need of support, that we have the supports in place to make sure that those services are there. That's what we're challenged to do now, and we have to meet that challenge. I think it's only right that we do.
I call Stuart Dixon.
And thank you very much, First Minister, for your statement. Today, your statement has started to draw back the veil on a very difficult time in the history of Northern Ireland. But Minister, you said in your statement that many of the adoptions were cross-border adoptions and that there are some incomplete records in respect of that. Can you tell the House what engagement will take place to access those records and archives in the Republic of Ireland, and what work will be done on a cross-border basis? You also made reference in the statement to the preservation of records now. Is that an instruction or a request?
So as I understand it, to take up the last point first, the Minister of Health has written to all of the relevant state agencies here to make sure that they protect the documents in our possession so that they are not destroyed. I think that that is really important. I would imagine an instruction like that from the Minister will be adhered to by those agencies. But I get the point that he's making, and I will take that back to the Minister. In terms of the adoption records, as you will know, some of these institutions are church-based institutions, so we will need to engage with some of the churches. Some of them were a step removed from some of the churches, although it's very clear that there was an influence there when you see the number of referrals and where they came from, and that's the interesting part of the research work, to look at how did women end up in these mother and baby homes, so where were they referred from. So we will need to access the church records. And then in relation to the Republic of Ireland issue, Deputy First Minister and I have already engaged with Roderick O'Gorman, the Minister in the Republic, responsible for this issue, and that will be an ongoing conversation in relation to the adoption issue.
I call Sinead Ennis.
There were no fallen women and there were no bad women. There were just women and girls who were failed by and victims of the two regressive and repressive regimes that existed on this island. Will the Joint First Minister agree that any investigation must include questions around the whereabouts and the location of the bodies of those babies and children who died in these homes?
Absolutely. Confirm that we will be looking into where the babies have been interred, where they've been buried, where their last resting place is. I know that there are some distressing accounts of mass graves, and we want to very much be alert to that and look into that and be as sensitive as we can be, given the horrific nature of some of the burials. So we will be looking into that in greater detail in terms of the infant mortality piece as we move forward.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement here today. There's no words that could adequately articulate the horror of the abuse that was levelled at women in our society, and it was levelled in a very unchristian way by Christian organisations. I suppose I'm going to follow on from Sinead Ennis's question in relation to infant mortality. I know that these babies were put into unmarked graves. And I lived beside, very, very near, I was brought up beside one of these homes, and I knew that there were unmarked graves in the area where that home was. And it is now a housing estate. So time is of the essence for us to uncover these graves and give visibility and dignity to those babies. And I think, that we can wait and get all our ducks lined up, but, housing and planning permissions and et cetera, have taken place since these babies were put into these graves. Is there anything that we can do now to try and uncover that terrible past and give dignity to those babies?
I want to thank the member for her question and indeed her point about her own area and what she knows about burials. This issue was raised with us this morning about the urgency of being able to deal with this issue, and I think we were all incredibly moved on the call about the point when it was made that, planning permission will come and there'll be no stopping what goes on. So look, we have to respect the dignity of burial places, even though they're unmarked burial places. And I think that is something that Judith Gillespie will want to get to pretty quickly in the work that she's now taking forward.
May call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, Minister, I go back further than been 20 years of age in 1990. And I remember on my teenage walk to school each day, I walked alongside a long, dark and tall stone wall that would not have been out of place in a prison setting. I walked that route for 7 years, and I never knew what was on the other side of that wall or what took place there. And I know it was a mother and baby home with a working laundry, out of sight, out of mind. I was blissfully unaware of this operation, and I suspect society was, by and large, unaware as well. It should be to our regret and even shame we did not ask the questions then. Would the Minister agree that a more graduated approach to a full public inquiry, and you have referenced a period of 6 months, will ensure a more efficient and more effective outcome of a much-needed public inquiry?
I think what we want to recognise what the member has said about his own past memories. I think what we want to do, it would have been the easiest thing probably for us today to come along here and say, we've looked at this research and we believe that there is a need for a public inquiry. But we felt very strongly that it was up to the survivors and victims to design the process that they wanted, because again, referring to other jurisdictions, sometimes if you have a very legalistic approach, it doesn't actually capture what happened in those places. So I am not prejudging what will come back to us as a recommendation. We will have to wait and see. But I think that the leadership that Judith Gillespie has given to the group and the facilitation which will take place, we hope will allow them to come forward with a workable programme so that it can be taken forward in as short a time as possible.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I too, along with others, welcome this long-awaited report, and it is a really important day for the victims and survivors. It not only just marks the end of one process, but it also begins the next steps in the further processes. I'm listening to a lot of the comments from the floor today, and while this report does really highlight the culture of misogyny that we all lived under as a society, we should not fool ourselves that this is something in the distant past, because this is a culture that is very much present still to this day, and we have a long road ahead of us as legislators in acknowledging and addressing what still continues of that legacy. And the Minister has made mention of quite a lot of that already, and I just want to maybe raise again the lack of justice for current victims and survivors of rape and abuse today. The fact that we have just only passed the Domestic Violence Bill, the very first bill of its kind for us here in Northern Ireland, and that family planning and reproductive health care is very much a Cinderella service, if a service at all. So we should all echo the sentiments expressed by Linda Dillon to women and girls today, as well as in the past, that there is no shame. But I would like to really thank the Minister for her words and for her statement, for her tone as well, and for the publication of this long-awaited report and the very, very welcome commitments of co-design and working with the victims and survivors that are welcome. And there are a few questions I would like to ask. I'd like to ask when the Executive had first sight of this report, and also further to the Minister's comments with regard to discussions with Rodrigo Gorman, the Minister in the South, and access to records. What can we do immediately, perhaps with our institutions and bodies here in the North who refuse to engage in sharing access on cross-border basis between institutions? Thank you.
So thank you to the member for her comments, and indeed I think when she has the opportunity to look at the full report, which is published later on this afternoon, she will see that every care has been taken by the research team to try and reflect all of what went on, and to me they have done it really, really well, even cutting down on academic language so that people would be able to engage with the report in a really open way. So I really welcome that. The Executive received this paper last evening. We felt it was important that the victims had first sight of that, and there was an engagement yesterday with the reference group around the Executive summary. We received the paper last night, and I'm pleased to say that there were no leaks around the paper. Probably is a first for me standing here, actually. But I think there was a recognition right across the Executive that this was such an important issue that we had to respect the privacy of this until the victims were aware of the issues and the way forward before the general public. I think that's really important. In terms of continuous engagement with the Republic of Ireland, we will certainly push very hard to have full access to those adoption records, again respecting the privacy of individuals, because I think we absolutely do have to respect the privacy of individuals, but the need to get further into the whole adoption procedure and whether indeed there was informed consent at that time or whether it was just a paper consent for a lot of those adoptions.
And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the First Minister for the statement. I want to offer my solidarity and thoughts to all the victims and survivors today. And the history of mother and baby homes and Magdalene Laundries is obviously a devastating example of abuse institutionalised here, and such cruelty existed in both religious and state-run institutions, and both must be held to account for crimes committed. I note the Minister's comments previously about a public inquiry, but can she assure us that if the majority of victims want a public inquiry will be held? And also, can she assure us that the Executive won't be coy to seize the assets of religious institutions if they refuse to compensate victims affected by this report?
Well, first of all, we have been very open about what is the outcome in terms of inquiry, so we're not closing our mind to anything that comes forward from the reference group. I think it's important that that is the case, because it's up to them to decide what they need moving forward. Secondly, I do think we will engage and continue to engage. I think it's fair to say we've been a little disappointed about the engagement under the Historical Institutional Abuse Scheme with some of the institutions, but we will continue to push for that, because I think it is right and proper that there is recognition by the institutions of what went on in the name of religion at that time and in the name of society at that time, and I think there needs to be recompense for that.
Members, that concludes questions on this statement. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you all. Cormaila Magalf.